All right, everyone, short time no see. Guess what? We're back again for more live coverage. This time we're breaking into live coverage for a new wind advisory that was issued for the Seattle-Tacoma metro area, including but not limited to downtown Seattle, downtown Tacoma, Federal Way, Des Moines, SeaTac, Lakewood, DuPont, and any other city you see in here. Let's go to the interactive map so we can pull up many more cities in effect. So this is the immediate downtown Seattle area as well as Seattle city limits. Ooh, already had someone jump on. There's William. Hello. Actually jumped on before I had a chance to move my screen out. Threw me for a loop there. Thank you, William, for your donation. Yeah, originally I was going to wait till we got a 50-mile-per-hour gust tonight to jump into live coverage, but then that wind advisory went into effect, and I just thought, okay, it's fair game. We got to jump in. You know, no delays. All right, welcome in, everyone. Good initial burst coming in from Facebook. A few of you here on YouTube already. 4 likes already. Wow. Welcome, everyone. Hello, Sonia, again. Nice to see you after a short little hiatus. And Sherry says, thanks for another airtime. Yeah, gladly. See, multiple spots already hitting 40 miles per hour again. And in order to clear some of these data points, we're going to set a minimum threshold of 35 miles per hour. And we're going to look area-wide right now. Notice nothing going on for Whidbey Island quite yet. You know, they still have a little while before they have to worry about their westerly surge, but around the Puget Sound here, quite a few stations already cracking 40, with a 48-mile-per-hour gust that took out power to a lot of West Seattle and Alki already. Good evening, John Fogdahl. Hello, welcome to the stream. Like Patty, any warnings for South Sound, Olympia, Shelton right now? Nothing. The wind advisory goes from the Pierce County line up to Seattle city limits. It's Spooky Kabuki, welcome back. Hey ya. Yeah, 43 with the max of 44 here just south the Bellevue over some higher elevation areas. Boeing Field hit 46 earlier after the first stream ended. And then 40 miles per hour here in the White Center area. We even hit 43 miles per hour here in Normandy Park earlier too. And we also hit 42 up on the hills surrounding Browns Point. So some stronger wind gusts making it down here to the South Sound as well. So yeah, let me list some cities included in this wind advisory that was expanded. And getting a lot of comments here as well still. Tanner Electric Co-op North Bend has some outages as well. Tree and lines on Mount Si Road. Yeah, we also have to pull up the power outage maps. As a matter of fact, the state of Washington is showing up on the nationwide power outage map right now. See, look at this is poweroutage.us if you want to look at this site. But what sticks out to you? Washington is in the blue right now. And King County, it's pretty hard to tell on the map, but there is actually a little tint to King County here. 17,385 out in King County. And last time Pierce County was updated, only 5 out. Nobody in Snohomish at the moment, but the big story here, 17,385 customers out here in King County. Over 10,000 of those Seattle City Light, 6,300 Puget Sound Energy, and as mentioned in that comment, Tanner Electric Co-op Company, 377 out of power. Does the warning extend to Enumclaw? It does not. This does not include the foothills. This is west of the foothills. So this includes Gig Harbor, Artendale, Anderson Island, McNeil Island, Fox Island, Key Peninsula, including Vaughan, Home, and Key Center, Vashon Island, Maury Island, downtown Seattle, and Seattle city limits, up to Shoreline. And then this includes Renton, Burien, SeaTac, Des Moines, Kent, Auburn, Federal Way, Edgewood, Sumner, Puyallup, Tacoma, Fife, University Place, Lakewood, DuPont, Parkland, Spanaway, Frederickson, and South Hill. And don't forget Puyallup, Edgewood, and Milton as well. Sonia says emergency. Yeah, take care of that as soon as possible. So yeah, if you're in any of the cities I just listed in this polygon here, that means you're in a wind advisory until midnight with wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour possible. This was the original issuance for Island County update, and then the new issuance, wind advisory in effect until midnight Pacific Standard Time tonight. Southwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour with gusts to 45 miles per hour. Only took the NWS long enough to finally put this alert out. You know, when it's already a little too late, the wind gusts are already happening around the area. So you just picked up a 41 up here in Snoqualmie as well just now. So yeah, King County already 17,385 people out, and that is as of 8 minutes ago. Most of those Seattle City Light. Sorry guys, my voice is a little burnt out from earlier, but we're gonna push through it. William says, let me be the first here tonight to say thank you for what you do and keeping everyone informed. Glad to be here to help you guys out. So yeah, this warning for Hannah Fitzpatrick does not extend to Enumclaw. It's for the Puget Sound lowlands west of Enumclaw, not including the foothills. The Snoqualmie Pass is still gusting up to close to hurricane force winds. But yeah, I currently have this set to only show wind gusts 35 miles per hour or higher at the moment. Now, Key 13 weather says winds 20 to 30 miles per hour for us, Mike. That's a first, says Tara. So let's start going into the individual utility company sites here, because while the power outages site is overall informative, it doesn't allow for much customization. Like it doesn't show you overall maps. You can pull up the websites, but it doesn't show you all the power outages on here, just percentages and number of people tracked over each county and each state. See, when I pull up the site, first thing you notice is, oh, hey, Washington's the one state that sticks out. We're in the 10K to 50K range right now. So the current outage number on PSC is up to 7,203 with 41 different customers. And a lot of these outages are pretty isolated in nature. A few of these starting to pop up, like this one up here north of Covington that only impacts 8 customers, but that's a newer one within the last half hour or so, just outside the last half hour. Pretty big power outage here on Benson Hill off of Highway 515 and Petrovitsky Road, just west of Fairwood. 2,608 customers affected. Started at 5:23. They're assessing the damage at the moment. Carlia Caputo, any chance this will cause problems in Yelm? Possibly, but we're not seeing super strong winds down in the South Sound, Southwest Interior quite yet. Most of it's over the central Puget Sound at the moment. Just some isolated, stronger wind gusts across the central sound, but not much outside of that. Currently have the map filtered to only show you wind gusts of 35 miles per hour or greater at the moment. Most of these stations update every 5 minutes, but we'll come back frequently to check these out. Yeah, power outage on Benson Hill affecting 2,608 customers. And then we have this power outage in the Fairwood immediate area and Maplewood area along Highway 169, affecting 2,188 customers as of 5:49 p.m. Cause is under investigation. They haven't begun assessing the damage yet. A few older outages on here too that, like for example, this one was from this morning. But a couple of new outages up here on the ridge. This was originally 2 separate small power outages, but it looks like they took care of the one for the ridge. Now this one is more of an outlying area just outside of Snoqualmie Ridge, near Preston, affecting 161 customers as of 5:21 p.m. And then this is an earlier outage from 103, as well as an earlier outage from 9:26 a.m. These are before the wind, so likely not wind driven. But we do have power outages causing some problems here in Manchester as well. I had someone report that they were listening to the fire dispatch scanner for Kitsap County, already reporting lines down right as soon as the wind gust started. So for Colchester neighborhood near Manchester here in Kitsap County, 442 customers impacted from an outage that started at 4:59 p.m., currently under investigation. Seeing a lot of really small power outages pop up here and there now too. For example, 25 here in the Olalla area as of 5:57. And then 31 a little bit later for the Fragaria area. If I butchered that, don't come for my head. Vashon Island, that's earlier in the day. A few really small, like 1 to 10 outage areas here, like affecting only 1 to 10 customers. These are also earlier on in the day too, so not necessarily wind related. But these are starting to multiply up pretty quick. They actually took care of a really nice, really big power outage there just a second ago. So it looks like they just repaired the Benson Hill power outage since I refreshed that. So we're down to 4,601 customers impacted. So now only this part of Fairwood is out right now. Currently under investigation again. Patty Lindbergh says getting nice gusts in Puyallup. Thank you for the report. Could be wrong, just gotta look outside. Yeah, welcome everyone if you're tuning in for live stream coverage for winds around the area tonight. Sort of a surprise wind advisory issued for a lot of the central Puget Sound area, including the South Sound as well. Also have some flood updates for you guys if you're interested. A couple new updates here for the floods. Nooksack River near Ferndale is expected to hit minor flooding now. Coming up, as well as the Stillaguamish River near Arlington, also expected to hit minor flooding this next week. Expected to hit minor flooding around Wednesday night around that area. Also, once again, upgraded the Snoqualmie River at the falls to moderate flooding. So it should peak somewhere around 16.4 feet or 32.43 kilocubic feet per second of flow sometime around Wednesday at 4 p.m. Just barely here in minor flooding range, like it's literally only 0.21 feet above minor flooding. Forecast for the Puyallup River at Puyallup. Same for the Puyallup River near Orting, also barely getting into minor flooding. Looks like flow will peak somewhere around 11,938 cubic feet per second. Sometime around Tuesday morning at 4 a.m. So not super impressive, but still could crest the banks there along some areas in Orting. South Prairie Creek here at South Prairie also just barely getting into minor flood stage. Sometime between 4 a.m. on Wednesday and 10 p.m. the same day. So a very short time we could see a crest of around 30.6 feet. Which is just a little bit over minor flood stage for South Prairie. They've upgraded several of these rivers down here to moderate flooding, including the Chehalis River near Grand Mound, which could have a crest somewhere around 143 feet by 10 p.m. Thursday. Newaukum River near Chehalis, just south of the town from what I can see. Going to crest at around 204.93 feet by 10 a.m. on Wednesday. This is about 0.57 feet, around half a foot below major flood stage. So we'll be watching the Newaukum River as another river to potentially hit major flood stage. Wamama 84 says South Prairie is so low, it doesn't take much to flood. Yeah, these are all based off of model guidance forecasts as well. So this is based off an algorithm calculating these these crest heights. So doesn't always require human intervention for that. I don't know if I've gone over this since last time, but the Cowlitz River at Randall is now expected to have a crest of 22.66 feet, which is about 2/3 of a foot over major flood stage. At around 10 p.m. on Wednesday, after that system comes through, again, Cowlitz River near Randall could experience major flooding. Cowlitz River at Packwood also upgraded to moderate flooding. Could have a crest at 11.3 feet by 10 a.m. on Wednesday. 0.3 feet or about 3.6 inches above moderate flood stage. Still well below major flood stage. Not expecting it to flood majorly right now. Convergence zone forming near Arlington is pouring up here. It reminds me, we haven't looked at the radar for a while, have we? Yeah, convergence zone's been moving off to the west. See, this was the last image we had when the last live stream cut out. Just waiting for radar scope to update here, but it's going to be a little bit slow. Yeah, had some heavy convergence zone showers over Granite Falls, surrounding areas north of Sultan, Index, Gold Bar, and Monroe earlier. But starting to get some new convergence showers popping up over the Arlington area, as shown here in the last 15 minutes. So thank you, Keith, for the reminder. I completely almost forgot about mentioning that. Convergence zone showers, as he said, popping up over Arlington right now. See some moderate showers possible between Arlington and the unincorporated community of Bryant, moving off to the east. This could affect areas like Oso and Darrington as well. So just a little heads up. Let's go check wind gusts again one more time. The 36 again here near Browns Point. Just hit 44 here on West Point not long ago. So 44 miles per hour on West Point across from Bainbridge Island. 37 down here at Renton. 43 with a max of 44 just south of Bellevue up on the hill here. And 40 miles per hour again down here in White Center. But so far, if we look to the north, still no sign of a westerly surge yet. Taking its sweet time to get going up there. I have major floods on my 2025 bingo card. Last spot for a bingo. I'd be more convinced if you said where exactly. If you said major flood for something like the Puyallup, then yeah, that would be worthy of a bingo spot. Very unlikely, but more so worthy of a lottery ticket than a bingo spot. Let's see, covered these guys. Moderate flooding forecast for the Skookumchuck, Chehalis, and Newaukum. We didn't cover the Skookumchuck yet. So Skookumchuck near Bucota could crest at around 213.39 feet by 10 a.m. on Thursday, which is just above moderate flood stage, and then gradually dip down towards minor flood stage as we go into Friday. I believe these rivers are starting to take into account that we could have a system coming through Thursday and the Friday as well, or Friday and the Saturday. One of those time frames, but Friday is also looking exceptionally wet around the area, so that could put additional pressure on the rivers around the area. Okay, just Washington State in general. Good call then. You have a much better chance of hitting that target. So power outages holding steady here for PSE. 4,602 customers currently out with PSE. And then we have Seattle City Light here. I got a report on Blue Sky about this outage that took out 4,900 customers here in Alki and West Seattle. Right now, several big outages down here in Tequila up on Beacon Hill. And a pretty big outage here along the west parts of Alki and West Seattle as well. And several little small outages embedded here and there too. But in total, we have 10,779 customers out for Seattle City Light as of a minute ago. Again, 4,602 updated 5 minutes ago here for PSE. I heard we have some Tanner Electric Co-op customers out as well. Cheryl Marie, good evening. Thank you for tuning in to live coverage. Again, in case you missed it, the some parts of the Puget Sound are in a wind advisory here until midnight. This was issued here at 6:10 p.m. The NWS expanded the wind advisory for Island County to include parts. You guys can't see any of this, can you? No, you can't, because radar scope was in the honking way the entire time. Okay, we're gonna go through that from the top because you guys missed all of that. Anyways, in case you missed it, the wind advisory was expanded from Island County down to parts of Seattle and the Puget Sound area, including Tacoma and some surrounding cities. This does not include the foothills, though. So Enumclaw, North Bend, other areas like that, you are safe this round, at least from the wind advisory. In effect until midnight tonight, with southwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour sustained, with gusts up to 45 miles per hour. City of Seattle and lowlands of Pierce and southern King counties. Now, this is an idea of where the advisory is currently in effect. And John Holwidge used to be a storm chaser in North Dakota. Yeah, you know much better than to make a pinpoint prediction. Always good to have discipline. But yeah, it was otherwise on radar scope. Yeah, it's showing some pretty nice echoes here for that convergence zone shower over Arlington right now. Models did not do a good job picking up that convergence zone west of the mountains. Like, I don't think any single one showed it. Hers hinting at it, but this still not very good placement over Arlington. Let's see if the NAM shows the same thing. Oh, no, the NAM's not even close. The NAM completely busted that big time. Should have known. So yeah, if you're in any of the cities or areas that I list, you're in a wind advisory until midnight tonight. Wind gusts of 45 miles per hour possible. This includes Gig Harbor, Artendale, Purdy area, Key Center, so including the cities of Vaughan, Home, Key Center, or Key Peninsula, and the city of Key Center on Key Peninsula, McNeil Island, Anderson Island, Fox Island, Point Defiance, Tacoma, Seattle. All of Seattle city limits are included. Renton area, Tukwila, SeaTac, Burien, Des Moines, Kent, Auburn, Federal Way, Fife, Edgewood, Milton, Sumner, Puyallup, Tacoma, University Place, Lakewood, Parkland, South Hill, Spanaway, and DuPont. This includes all of Fort Lewis and JBLM as well. At least the areas here in Pierce County as seen here. So and Vashon Island and Maury Island. So if you heard your city name or the name of your island, you are in a wind advisory, as seen in this black contour box here, until midnight. Of course, when I start my live, things start to calm down, right? Only makes sense. So we're going to set it up to 40. So we're going to watch for anything with wind gusts over 40 miles per hour coming up. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming in for live weather coverage, talking about the wind advisory that was issued very recently for parts of the Seattle-Tacoma metro area. So issued at 6:10 p.m. We also have that flood watch that went into effect too, in effect from Sunday morning until Friday afternoon. Hey, other Keith, welcome back. Keith Capolero. And post this to the Rapid Fire Update channel as well. If you guys are on Facebook, follow my channel, Rapid Fire Updates. It is on the front page of Puget Sound Stormwatch. A little gusty at SeaTac Airport, but not 40-mile-per-hour range. Yeah, not yet. These observation sites usually update every 5 minutes, but there's a few of them like West Point that only update once an hour. So we won't see another change in this for about another hour or so, unfortunately. Mrs. Panda Eater just joined in. What's it look like for the Tacoma area? Well, we had a few blustery wind gusts up here in Browns Point earlier, but right now not seeing anything too major around the Tacoma area. So mostly affecting the central Puget Sound at the moment. But expecting some of these wind gusts to pick up down here in the South Sound by around 8 p.m. tonight, according to model guidance. So it's probably going to be a couple more hours before things pick up down here over the South Sound, with hints of models showing 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts for areas like Gig Harbor, Key Peninsula, Olympia and the Black Hills, and the Tacoma area, including the South Puget Sound waters between. So I'll be watching out for the Tacoma Narrow Station here, since the narrow street is oriented more southwest, which is the direction that the winds are coming from. Could see some locally enhanced strong winds pointed towards Point Defiance and parts of Vashon Island with that. Again, just some evidence that the weather does not follow the models. It does what it wants. Graham area Matt Craig on Facebook. So far, not seeing anything down there at the moment. And we can include all of these. See 36 again here near Browns Point. 37 miles per hour up in North Bend. Few 30s spread around the area here and there. And 38 here in Normandy Park. So starting to kick up again near the SeaTac Airport. But right now, pretty calm down here in the South Sound at the moment. Whitney Davis Rugged Radios. Her seems to be ticking down for Normandy Park area. At least in recent runs, it's been bouncing around. We did have that one run that showed like 54 miles per hour near Tacoma earlier. But I think that was kind of an outlier because it immediately started trending down after that. Keith says, getting kind of breezy up here, 11 mile per hour gust at my house. Thank you, Keith, for your reports. We just posted the update to the Rapid Fire Update channel about the convergence zone up there in the North Sound at the moment. Wish we had some live weather cams in this area, but most of them are just traffic cams. If anyone knows any sites to any live IP cameras, like anything that's recording video right now and not photo snapshots in this area, please let me know. Go update some of these numbers real quick. Seattle City Lights starting to decrease their number of outages. Looks like they've taken care of a few things down here in the Tukwila area at the moment. Still that big outage here along Alki and parts of West Seattle. This one has over 4,900 customers out from one event. Able to see hydrologic outlook concerns in next week in Pierce County. Yeah, so there is currently a flood watch in effect for the entirety of Western Washington, in exception of the counties that Portland covers, which are Pacific, Wahkiakum, Cowlitz, Clark, and Skamania. Rest of Western Washington is under a flood watch from Sunday morning through Friday night. The potential for aerial small stream flooding as well as river flooding in several areas. And let's go refresh PSE real quick to see what's going on here. Yeah, they're getting a lot of those outages down, which is good news. They might have gotten that other Fairwood outage out, which they did. So both of these big outages up here were repaired. Still seeing a few spotty outages. Some of these are from earlier in the day and from prior outages, which are non-wind related. But areas like this Manchester outage here and this outage up in Snoqualmie Ridge are from recently, affecting several hundred customers of POP right now. But PSE is getting really good work done on their areas. Trying to look for the site. Okay, there we go. Here's the site I was talking about. Okay, William gave me a link to a site. We're gonna go try that out real quick. Yeah, I'm seeing the snapshot cameras. Do we have any live video cameras in that area though? Let me see if I can dig around here, see if we have any video. Yeah, I'm seeing the snapshot cameras, but I'm not seeing any live video recordings. Oh, yeah, it's all good, William. No problem. It's not a lot of areas around here that have the live recording cameras, unfortunately. Just the snapshot cameras that snap like every 5 minutes or so. All right, let's dig around here. See a lot of reactions on Facebook already. So yeah, let's check some things out here real quick. So this dark green box you see here, this is the flood watch in effect from Sunday morning through Friday afternoon. This is the entire NWS Seattle County warning area. What's the gust in Bremerton? Not seeing anything impactful in Bremerton at this time. Oh, we froze the site. Hang on. Ooh, 42 at Normandy Park again. Yeah, Bremerton's not getting very much. It's mainly centered over the Central Sound right now. Like from Des Moines up to North Seattle and across over to some of the foothills as well. But other than that, we're not seeing very impactful wind gusts. You just hit 30 there again at Tacoma Narrows. Sherry says, very gusty in Olalla. Yeah, there's some power outages in that area as well that I've seen. I think Birch Bay has one, but that is pointing at the Canadian border. Yeah, I was looking at any IP cameras in just the immediate Seattle area, but not too many of those by the looks of it. Just the gust in Bremerton. Yeah, the most updated gust that we have here is 23 miles per hour. Max of 31 since midnight. So not too much going on in Bremerton at the moment. From Port Orchard to Lacey, not that windy, could be better. Yeah, we still have a lot of time tonight for the winds to kick up around the area. Models mainly showing it after 10 p.m. down here in the South Sound, as well as over Whidbey Island and surrounding areas. How's this going to impact flights coming in tonight at SeaTac? Well, winds are oriented towards the south-southwest, so if you're coming in, you may have a little bit of a headwind if you're flying in from the north, or if you're landing from the south, not going to have too many issues, more of a tailwind. But we're not seeing any crosswind conditions at SeaTac or any of these airports right now. So overall, shouldn't see too many impacts, if any at all. Yeah, let's play around with some of the filters again. Let's check the 42s, 40s again. Yeah, if we go up north, still not seeing any evidence of the strong westerly surge. This probably won't be till later on tonight. And my Echo Dot just updated saying wind advisory for this area. Nick Kimmer says the wife is flying in tonight. Yeah, it should be an overall calm landing. Shouldn't be terrible. They're usually more used to winds when they come out of the south or southwest. It's the winds from the due west or the east that can cause problems at SeaTac with north to south oriented runways. I think this station also updates once an hour. Let's check that because that hasn't changed in a while. It's every 15 minutes to half an hour, but it hasn't updated in 40 minutes, so that area might be having power issues or connection issues. See, they hit 44 miles per hour earlier at 5:30 near Bellevue. Winds of 23 miles per hour, gusts to 44, and then 28 miles per hour, gusts to 43 at 6:15. Again, these are in irregular intervals. 15 minutes to as far as 30 minutes between. Again, it could be due to connection issues down there too. West Point Station here, this one is hourly, so we have to wait till 7 o'clock to get another observation out there. But most recent one was sustained winds 36 out of the south-southwest, gust to 44. That was as of 6 p.m. Then this West Seattle station. This one says south-southeast. I think that might be wrong. Probably more so southwest or south-southwest. But sustained wind 20 miles per hour, gust 40 miles per hour at 5:33. So this one updates every half hour. And of course, the Normandy Park station, this one updates about every 5 minutes or so. And this has sustained winds 18 from the southwest, gust 42 as of 6:50. Keith says winds are picking up in Bellingham. Thank you, Keith, for your report. What about Olympia? Right now, not looking terrible in Olympia, but we could get some wind gusts up towards 40 miles per hour in some spots. Let me show you this model run right off the press real quick. So the red areas are areas where we could see 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts or higher. And the immediate Olympia area is not in that 40 mile per hour wind gust tonight anymore. They've kind of backed off on this model run a little bit. So Olympia, some areas may hit 40 tonight. This is going to be late overnight though. So he's even showing 44 for Tacoma area at 11 p.m. And this model doesn't have the westerly surge reaching its peak until 1 to 2 in the morning now for Whidbey Island. So just a heads up if you know anyone out here. That strong westerly surge isn't expected to really pick up till after midnight. Ashley's Get says, seems like things have calmed down a lot towards Yelm and Roy. Slightly breezy, but not too bad. Yeah, most of the wind at the moment, from what I can see, is over the Central Sound. We'll just see what goes on as, see, it dropped at 42, which means it's no longer gusting over 40 miles per hour at Normandy Park. A lot of these stations update irregularly, so we're not going to get the regular 5-minute updates on a lot of these, unfortunately. Let's set it to 30 and see which stations are gusting over 30 right now. So 30 up here in the foothills, 30 along Lake Washington, 30 along the Puget Sound for the most part, 33 at Point Robinson, I almost forgot that, and 32 at the Narrows Airport. Also 36 again here at Shelton. Gusted to 43 out of the southwest earlier. So actually down there in the Roy area, still a couple of hours before winds are expected to really start peaking around the area. So still quite some time for things to change, but already overperforming here in the Central Sound, but the South Sound is going to be subject to what happens over the next couple of hours. So we shall see. It's going to be a waiting game until then. If you're in the black box here, that means that you are in the wind advisory until midnight. Last number was 2,358. They fixed 9 more customers. So PSC outages are going down. 10,221 last update. Actually had one customer go out in the last couple of minutes for Seattle City Light right now. Let's go look at poweroutage.us again. Will the west winds through the strait tonight affect Mount Vernon, Burlington area? Whidbey is going to absorb most of the wind over the area, but you'll still get some wind gusts in the 40 mile per hour range, according to model guidance. So King County's down to 12,046 out. Pierce County has 4 out. Kitsap has 501. Snohomish, nothing. Whatcom 230, Skagit 170. These are probably unrelated to the wind because not seeing any wind up there quite yet. Otherwise, yeah, King County is getting the bulk of the action right now. Uh, 37 here at SeaTac. Max is 38 on the day so far. There'll still be west winds tonight through the strait. That is expected, yeah. It's taken a while for it to kick up, but we are still expecting a strong westerly surge to affect areas of Island County and surrounding areas. It probably won't kick up till after midnight, though. Did I miss a comment here? Oh, Ange Howitz, are you replying to yourself? What about University Place, Furcrest area? Well, models have been suggesting some 40 plus mile per hour wind gusts for that area tonight. I want to see what the HER run is showing for this, because the HER has been showing some higher wind gusts for this area, but it's been downtrending quite a bit, so it's starting to correct itself as time goes on. It still shows your general area getting close to 40 miles per hour, maybe a little over 40 miles per hour this night. Has around 40 miles per hour for the general UP area by 11 p.m. tonight. University Place and Furcrest. I'll be watching the Tacoma Narrow Strait closely because with these winds out of the southwest, it's going to be almost parallel to the Narrow Strait. We could have some locally enhanced winds around the Narrows Bridge. So, be watching that closely tonight too. See, I have a lot of comments coming in not on the stream from other areas. Someone said 2 miles per hour in Summit Waller area, hoping we don't lose power. No wind in Snohomish. Any insight into the Roy area south of Tacoma? Lacey says, I love storms. Well, you picked the right time of the year and the right place to be in the stormy area. Yeah, still a few hours for things to change. If you're not getting any wind right now, there's still plenty of time for conditions to flop. Flip would be a better word, not flop. Flip. Windy in Covington, gust to 32.2 so far. That was 53 minutes ago. Windy in the Renton Highlands. Rain near Washington, low winds, no rain currently. Bonnie Lake, that 2416. Oh, yeah, it looks like it said 2,416 mile per hour gust, but it was actually a 24 and a 16. Winds picking up in Port Orchard an hour ago. Blasting up here in Snoqualmie. Just reading through a few of your comments real quick. Phobos Hill, Snohomish only seeing 3 to 5 miles per hour. Renton still windy, 6 to 11 p.m. All right. You noticed that the Nooksack River at Ferndale went from yellow to orange. Yes, I did. Yeah, Keith, I think you missed. I covered this earlier, but I think you might have come in after I said this. But yeah, couple new river updates since the earlier live stream, including the Nooksack River near Ferndale possibly getting above minor flood stage. This would crest at around 18.35 feet by 10 a.m. on Thursday, which is 0.35 feet above flood stage. Still no upgrades to major for the Skagit yet. That could be coming tomorrow, though. We'll follow along with that. As well as the Stillaguamish near Arlington, also expecting a minor flooding crest. 2 separate minor flooding crests, as a matter of fact. So it'd be 4 a.m. Tuesday for the first one, dipping down in the action stage, and then back up to a crest of 15.31 feet by 10 p.m. Wednesday. And slowly starting to recede. Green Eye Breeze, love a windy night out here in Elk Plain. So yeah, we currently have 3 area rivers expected to hit major flood stage, and now we're up to, I think that's 13 if I counted correctly. Yeah, 13 area rivers could hit moderate flooding stage. And an additional 6 of them could hit minor. If you'd like me to clarify any of these results, go ahead and let me know which river you're closest to. I'll gladly go over them one more time and clarify. It fixed a pretty big outage for Seattle City Light. Still out of power along western Alki Beach here. Parts of West Seattle. A 48 mile per hour gust here near Alki Beach earlier took out about 4,900 customers with that one blow. That's Seattle City Light. PSC starting to get their numbers down pretty quick too. Hanging around 2,296, down from about 7,000 earlier. Fixed 2 big outages up in the Renton Highlands that had a little over 2,000 a pop. So again, in case you missed it, wind advisory is in effect until midnight tonight for Seattle, Renton, Federal Way, Kent, Tacoma, and surrounding cities. This does not include the foothills of King and Pierce counties. So again, if you're in the black boxes shown here, or any of these islands and peninsula spots here, including Key Peninsula, Gig Harbor area, Fox Island, McNeil Island, Anderson Island, Vashon Island, Maury Island, you're in the wind advisory until midnight tonight. The Kendall Waits asking about Olympia. Not looking as impactful down in Olympia. Could get a little breezy tonight, but not looking like anything major, at least compared to what was being shown previously. Reference to the European, which none of these models showed the strong winds getting close to 50 miles per hour over the Central Sound like earlier, Like, not a single one. If we look at the European here, it shows around 37 miles per hour between 4 to 10 p.m. tonight for Olympia. And around 36 between 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. But notice, still game on for that westerly surge overnight. And just has most of us, an exception of some areas out here, including the Key Peninsula, which could get higher gusts overnight. Most of the area is only expected to cap out around 40 miles per hour. But as we saw, that wasn't quite the case for some areas, was it? Ooh, there's our first 50 of the day. First 50. This is more of a higher spot, though. Around 1,178 feet. 1,178 feet. So this is more of an exposed area with these southwest winds coming in. So it may not be a good portrayal of what's happening down towards sea level. But yeah, most recent update has 50 here south of Bellevue up towards, I think this is towards Cougar Mountain. Yeah, Cougar Mountain area just hit 50 not long ago. So first 50 mile per hour wind gusts of the night around the area, and maybe the only. See a lot of you guys here on Facebook. Welcome in. Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Going into live coverage for a wind advisory in effect for parts of the Puget Sound lowlands. This includes the downtown Seattle and Tacoma areas until midnight. And if you're watching the stream right now, go ahead and comment. Is it windy where you are right now? If you could, let me know an approximate location. Wonder who else is going live tonight. Yeah, I know Randy's going live tonight, but I don't think anyone else is going to be going live tonight. I know Michael is out of state right now. He's in Florida, and Ben is probably a little bit busy at the moment. So I think it's just going to be myself and Randy tonight. At least when it comes to the larger weather pages around the area. Ooh, here's a comment out of the Renton Highlands. I was coming here to say that I'm surprised we have lost power. I'm close to Sunset and Duval, and it's so windy. Out of Renton Highlands, that's a comment I just received. Yeah, right now, most of the wind being focused across the Central Sound here. But not too much elsewhere at the moment. Blowing in Federal Way, but not too bad yet. Thank you for your report. Yeah, gusting to 33 out here to the west. Right on the edge of this hill going down towards Browns Point. So a little bit of a higher elevation exposed spot to the southwest winds. SeaTac still bouncing around in the mid 30 range, but so far hasn't beaten the max 38 mile per hour gust. Not yet. Yeah, this could be our first and maybe our only 50 mile per hour gust of the night. But we will see. At least down here in the Sound. Could see much higher up in Whidbey Island and some surrounding areas. If the forecast verifies up there. So Yelm won't be impacted. Not as much as areas up farther north. Let's go check on that conversion zone too. It's been a while since we've looked at this. Radar scope hasn't updated yet. To see what windy's showing. It's showing these heavy showers over Camino Island. So it's bringing the convergence zone a bit farther west than model guidance was showing before. Has some heavy showers crossing over the Strait of Juan de Fuca too. But they're mainly stationary, which is kind of weird. Maple Valley is windy. Thank you, Melissa, for your report. Heather says, I really need to know. It's urgent. Okay. Yeah, sure, we can go in that real quick. Yeah, Yelm area doesn't look too impactful in most recent model runs. It looks like you may be sheltered by the Willapa Hills and the Black Hills this round, including areas like Olympia and the I-5 corridor south of Olympia. Maybe should be safe from it this round. May not get many gusts over 30 miles per hour down there. High-res models have you pretty close to 40 miles per hour, but not quite breaking that marker overnight. Most of the winds stay to the north and west of you by the looks of it. And we have a big-time downtrend in the HER models for Tacoma area, and it waited until just a couple hours before it's supposed to start to really start to pull back the winds around here. But still showing up pretty good up here in the Seattle area and along I-90 too. Again, these winds are out of the southwest direction. Yeah, big downtrend on the HER model. This model only shows the Yelm Roy area getting up to about 36 miles per hour at 10 p.m. But still showing the westerly surge pretty good, just later on tonight. Timing keeps bouncing around with this a bit. They're pushing it more towards around the 1 to 2 a.m. event up there. Super warm and a little windy here in Yelm. So yeah, not expecting anything remotely close to major for Yelm. You should be good to go this round. Yeah, 31 being picked up here in the tide flats now. 38 miles per hour at Sanderson Field. Unfortunately, the station only updates once hourly, so it's going to be stuck at 44 for a little bit. Heather Gates Smith says, thank you for responding. Yes, gladly. So look at areas down here. This is up in the foothills, so not a major concern there. A lot of these spots out here showing the stronger winds, these are extremely common. Hey, look at this 83 just south of White Pass. It's pretty ridiculous out there. Even at 73 here just west of Snoqualmie Pass as well. All right, thank you Lavon or Lavone for your donation of 50 stars. Very much appreciated. Glad to be here to serve you guys tonight with some live stream coverage of winds around the area. Like we're in a brief little calm around the Central Sound, except for some areas higher up in elevation, like this spot here near Bellevue. This is, so yeah, 1,170 feet above sea level. A pretty high spot there, exposed to the southwest. Not really indicative of what's going on closer to sea level, like some of these spots. Somewhat new to the area, why does Maple Valley always get a lot of wind? Most of the time you get your wind out of the east, because you have these mountain gaps that occasionally bring winds down into areas like Snoqualmie, North Bend, Hobart, Maple Valley, Black Diamond, Enumclaw. Winds are going to be out of the southwest. Our usual wind direction's out of the south, and most of the time some of these areas are more sheltered from the south. But with the southwest, you don't usually have that southern sheltering as you see here. We get more winds out of the southwest usually than we do out of the southeast or the east. At least with atmospheric river systems like this. But it's just the fact that you're up in the foothills and you're more exposed to some of these winds out of their normal direction, as well as being exposed to the easterly winds as well. But it's mainly just due to elevation and proximity to some of the mountains and other spots of sheltering. And really all I can say is it just depends on your microclimate. And Maple Valley has a very specific microclimate. And same with a lot of areas around here too. Which makes it nearly impossible to give an accurate forecast for anybody. But yeah, Maple Valley's more prone to east wind than they are out of the west or southwest. But of course, that can change as we see right now. It's got a 44 here in Shelton. Currently just watching observation sites at the moment. Also keeping track of power outages. Doing a good job. They fixed another 2,000 people here for Seattle City Light. Still hanging around 2,200 for PSE. At least initially, it's looking right now, we may have just gotten a little early onset sort of wind gust event for the Central Sound. Maybe a little earlier than the models showed and a little bit stronger than what the models showed as well. But it seems things have started to die down towards sea level around much of the area. Thank you, we now have a generator. Great investment. Especially during this time of the year, for sure. Yeah, once again, this station is over 1,100 feet above sea level, so not really indicative of what's going on down towards lower elevations like these. Yeah, 44 miles per hour, that's a new record on the day for Shelton-Sanderson Field. Again, winds out of the southwest across the area. Not seeing anything impactful down here yet in the southwest interior. Not expecting any major impacts south of Seattle. We're actually not expecting any major impacts in general. But as we saw with those power outages spiking up, it doesn't always play by the rules, does it? We're finally getting some strong gusts, at least on the BC side of the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Up to 38 here in Smith Island, just west of Whidbey Island. So starting to see these winds pick up for this westerly surge. Could be a couple hours out from things really picking up sharply. So we'll just have to watch and see as the night goes on. Really just depends on how long I can stay awake. Someone from Whidbey Island said the wind just really picked up out of nowhere. Also, breezy in Eatonville, comment I got recently. So you guys are sending a lot of cool sunset images as well. Awesome sauce. Yeah, it looks like the westerly surge is finally beginning to show its face around the area. 30 miles per hour here at the end of Dungeness Spit as well. Most of these stations update every 5 to 10 minutes, so we should have more up-to-date observations as the night goes on. The SeaTac just hit 32 again, 34 at Normandy Park. Gusting to 33 here where the big 48 mile per hour wind gusts occurred earlier. I think this might have been the one that prompted the wind advisory expansion, because it took a lot of people's power out along the coast here in Alki. Little windy in Kirkland, thank you for your report. Would be nice if it came in earlier than models thought. Whitney Davis, Rugged Radios. Yeah, it came in earlier for the Seattle area than thought. At least it was just really one short window of strong wind for the Seattle area. It's really calmed down since then around the area, but that 50 again, as you see, is over 1,100 feet above sea level. So just one of those really exposed spots above most of the surrounding areas, because it's up towards Cougar Mountain. I just have a filter set right now to where it only shows wind gusts above 30 miles per hour. So therefore, you don't have a bunch of confusion and a bunch of crazy numbers showing up. All right, 17 likes on YouTube, doing good so far. See, we got 15 of you guys watching on YouTube right now, 14 of you guys watching on Facebook, and we just hit 50 likes on the day. Thank you guys. Again, I see a bunch of you guys sharing as well. Thank you guys for sharing the page. Much appreciated. It's a little reminder, if you guys appreciate the live coverage tonight, feel free to consider sending a donation, either in the form of stars or coffees. Have the link to this site posted in the YouTube stream description, as well on the front page on Facebook. On Facebook, Puget Sound Stormwatch. So if you guys are interested in donating, let me know if you guys want the link. Looking again at the convergence zone, having a few issues with windy here at the moment, as expected. Way south in Woodland, comment this time. Yeah, the strong winds aren't going to reach anywhere near Woodland. Winds are crazy in Bellevue, Kirkland. What are you seeing on your end? Yeah, we were just looking at the observations, and up in the higher elevations, gusting to 50 as of recently. But right now, Bellevue, Kirkland is not showing any impactful gusts. I have it so that just got a 45 here up in North Bend and Snoqualmie. Again, out of the southwest direction, not the usual southeast direction. So these are southwesterly winds going around Rattlesnake Mountain or over Rattlesnake Mountain and then back down into the Snoqualmie River Valley. So this is at 425 feet, so quite a bit lower than this 1,100 plus foot elevation spot here. But right now, observation stations aren't picking up any strong winds in that area, Bellevue or Kirkland. Assuming you're within the general city limits of either city. I'll be waiting for updates because they usually take about 5 to 10 minutes to update. So we'll see if we get anything that pops up for that area in the next scan. Do you think it will ramp back up? It's entirely possible. You know, we've already seen the weather break the rules a few times tonight, and there's a good chance it'll break the rules again. Microclimates are crucial, and I can't stress that enough. Even some areas a couple miles away from you will have a completely different outcome than you. That's just how it is around here. It's a way of life. NWS is now forecasting the Snoqualmie River near Carnation will remain at major flood stage for 3 days. You guys live down in the river valleys or know anyone that lives down in the river valleys, give them a link to this site. This is water.noaa.gov. This is one of the best sites to look at for real-time river forecasts around the area. This is the site I'm using to show all these values here. They're talking about this river right here, Snoqualmie near Carnation. And sure enough, yep, it's showing that. Literally hangs around major flood stage for 3 days. The max crest of 58.29 feet, which is 0.29 feet above major flood stage by 4 p.m. Tuesday. So Monday's system, I'll be watching closely for details on Monday's system, but initially a really quick and fast surge from no flooding to major flooding within about 18 hours. So if you live in the Carnation area, just heads up, watch out for this. Other than that, kind of in a calm right now, other than a few breezy gusts around the area. 30 miles per hour again here at Everett. Still waiting for the westerly surge to really pick up, but it sounds like some reports from the Whidbey Island area are saying that the winds are picking up finally out of the west. It just updated the site. Still not seeing any really breezy winds for Bellevue, Kirkland area. 35 around SeaTac right now, so pretty modest, not strong, but far from weak. Issaquah steadily cranking at 5 p.m. So yeah, quite breezy around the area, but nothing super impactful at the moment. Not like about an hour to an hour and a half ago where a lot of power outages started to spread around the area. Huge kudos to Seattle City Light and PSE for fixing a lot of those outages super quick. They were in on it within 2 hours, and power outages were restored. Yeah, power was restored to those areas that lost power pretty quickly. Nick said, yeah, they are. Another 45 popping up here. This says Mount Si High School, but this is actually well south of Mount Si. This is just outside of North Bend city limits here. So 245s, good to say, pretty good agreement with what's going on down there in the Snoqualmie River Valley. Ooh, 38 miles per hour at SeaTac just tied the record for the day. So getting pretty breezy down there at SeaTac again. And the station just updated here at West Point, 39 miles per hour. Unfortunately, it only updates once an hour, sadly. Looks like stronger showers just kind of came in out of nowhere. Now look at how quickly these showers formed up here. Now it's just a steady drenching over Cedro Woolley and Highway 9 all the way up towards Linden and Sumas right now. Convergence zone is cranking over central Snohomish County right now. This is where a lot of people are reporting no wind. It's just sort of like a wind shadow around the Olympics. It's usually how it goes for convergence zones is the area under the convergence zone has very little wind, but around it, it is cranking on all cylinders on both sides of the mountains. Okay, down to 44 miles per hour now here at 1,100 feet. See, those wind gusts are starting to move into the Tanner area as well. Pretty windy up there in the foothills overall right now. Oh, small world after all. Mike Patty, I've heard your name before. Do you know Rich Meyer? Oh. Not too often you see that happen in the YouTube comment section. Picking up a registering here up towards the index area as well now, just past the Big Bend area of Gold Bar, 34 miles per hour. I think this is out of the southwest. Yeah, west-southwest. Steady wind, 11 miles per hour sustained, gust to 34 miles per hour as of 7:32 p.m. This is one of those every 15-minute updating stations. Interesting too, because this area is mainly sheltered from the west-southwest. See the topography here. Maple Valley has been pretty breezy since late this afternoon. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, social media, am I right? Yeah, true that. Gusting to 45 again here at Sanderson Field. Still hanging on at 38 here at SeaTac right now. But it's mostly just the Central Sound getting in on the action right now. Would be not quite doing much anymore. Not picking up anything over Enumclaw either. So this is with all values enabled. So all readings will show up here. Just shy of that 30 mile per hour mark here at Whidbey Naval Air Station. Relatively calm here along the I-5 corridor. 26 miles per hour going up towards the Black Hills, but still not much to run home about. We just hit 40 here at Westport. Took a while for things to pick up along the coast, but it looks like they're starting to pick up there finally. So yeah, 40 here at Westport. That's out of the west. No wind in Ording. Yeah, your area is probably going to be sheltered from the southwesterly winds. Not expecting anything too impactful in the river valleys right now. Wind has really picked up in Kirkland. Yet still not registering anything over 30 on those stations there right now. Of course, stations are far and few, unfortunately. These are all just the NWS certified stations around here. Back up to 41 here at Boeing Field. Max was 46 earlier. What will the wind gusts be in Port Orchard? Well, right now, the nearest site is reading 31 miles per hour near Bremerton and Port Orchard. But should expect wind gusts to pick up tonight if the forecast goes as planned. They'll have wind gusts in the 35 to 40 mile per hour range for your area, starting around 10 p.m. and lasting through midnight. Again, so far, the weather has broken the rules a few times tonight, like having those strong wind gusts over West Seattle earlier. That prompted the wind advisory expansion down here into parts of the Puget Sound until midnight. So, we shall see. Gusts over 34 miles per hour over the waters near Whidbey Island. Thank you again, Keith, for that report. Really interested to see what happens with the Tacoma Narrows station down here. As the Narrows is oriented more southwest to northeast, we could have a little wind tunnel form down here, which could result in a higher reading for the Narrows Airport later on. But we're still a couple hours out from the forecast peak, and I say forecast very carefully. Of course, Mother Nature does its own thing. It doesn't play by the rules. Just always remember that. All right, folks, I'm going to go switch my laundry real quick. I'll be back here shortly. It said power's now flickering in Kirkland. Oh boy. $20 likes on YouTube. Thank you guys for that. So 40 at a new station here in Seattle. This is a little bit north of the Fauntleroy ferry deck. Yeah. Hopefully your power stays on there in Kirkland. Not seeing anything super impactful up there right now, according to current observations. I have this set so that it only shows wind gusts recorded that are greater than 30 miles per hour. Still consistently gusting to 40 here in Shelton. Back up to 36 again here at SeaTac as well. What wind? No wind in my place, Sparky1549 on YouTube says. Yeah, a lot of people aren't getting any wind right now. And that is the power of microclimates around here. That's why these forecasts are extremely generalized. Not really area specific. But depending on where you're at, you're probably getting absolutely nothing, not even a breeze right now. But while some areas are whipping, like I keep hearing that the lights are flickering up in Bellevue and Kirkland. And meanwhile, the winds hit 50 miles per hour near Bellevue today in the higher elevations, like up towards Cougar Mountain, which is exposed to a lot of these southwesterly winds. Yeah, too generalized. Trees have been swaying here pretty well all day, Kent East Hill. And getting gusts in Woodinville, 522 and Highway 9 Junction. Otherwise, except for around the central Puget Sound right now, it's pretty mild wind-wise. Again, still gotta reiterate that there's still a few hours for wind gusts to peak around the area. The most recent HER model shows it pretty blustery overnight, and it still has a little ways before that westerly surge really picks up. But so far, overall underperforming up here in Whidbey Island, but overperforming here across much of the Central Sound. It's a little bit of an underperformance according to some of these models down here in the South Sound, but like I said, still plenty of time for things to change. We still have all night and tomorrow morning as well. Kim says, true, got really quiet. Was trying to tie down my inflatables, but gave up and unplugged. Judy Ray, we are having a crazy wind between Bellevue and Kirkland on the map, and trees are coming down. Wow, really? Trees are coming down around us. Yeah, there must not be very much good station coverage around here. Unfortunately, this is an area that's not really covered well, so I believe it. I certainly believe what you're saying. It's, got to be in one of these little dead zones here where it's not reporting any observations at the moment. See, we hit 41 down here again. This one is right on the edge of Dash Point and Browns Point, overlooking the lighthouse. Right as you go up the hill here along North Shore Parkway. 41 miles per hour again. Max is 42 miles per hour earlier, though. We just hit 35 here at Tacoma Narrows. It may have another round of these winds coming through here very shortly. Power out in parts of West Seattle. Aaron Hobson 5367. Yeah, there was a 48 mile per hour wind gust from this station that prompted the expansion of the wind advisory down here to SeaTac, like Seattle, all the way down through the Tacoma and Pierce County line here, including a lot of the I-5 corridor from the county line up through Seattle city limits. Currently under a wind advisory for this area until midnight. Let's go check on the outages again. Last updated number on PSC was 2297. It's up to 2,615. And I see we have an area here along Highway 410 99 customers impacted here along Highway 410, just outside of the town of Greenwater here. New outage as of 7:30. Still got a couple little isolated outages only affecting a few customers at a time. But no major changes that I've seen. Have an outage on Guemes Island. I may have butchered that. Don't come from my head. Started at 5:52, 1:45 impacted. Yeah, last number was 2,615 here on PSC. Seattle City Light down to 8,350. Yeah, that outage is still there. That's from a couple hours ago. They're actively working on it though. Starting to resolve the outages down here in Rainier Beach and surrounding areas though. The Tequila area, definitely not as many power outages down in this area as about an hour or two ago. Kirkland's kind of crazy right now. Like, I'll be heading downstairs because I'm scared of the trees. Off and on windy since 4:30 p.m. in Grayland. Oh, so we do have someone along the coast watching. Awesome. Thank you for tuning in. Can't see anything on this view. What's going on? On this view, what do you mean? I'm actively watching the stream on my right-hand side, and so far I can see everything. Maybe try backing out of the stream and refreshing. That might help your case. Back at the 45 here at 1,170 feet above sea level. Max is 50 miles per hour. That so far is our only 50 mile per hour gust in this area on the night. Getting ready to ask if you have pulled them inside. Yeah, I'm in Bellevue, Gene says, and a tree came down here behind my condos. Fortunately, it fell away from everything. I'll be darned. Someone says, windy up in Snohomish Valley too. Mercer Island, no power. MK Harkins says. So Mercer Island is going to be PSE. Did that number just jump up? It did. Jumped up about 86 residents. This power outage was from earlier. I don't know if that's right. It shows the start time was November 2nd. I don't believe that's accurate one bit. It could be from an event today, but it's just mislabeled. And a few residents down here, but I'm not seeing any current widespread power outages on Mercer Island. Did this just happen to you? So this is 8 minutes ago. King County has 11,144 customers out. 102 out for Puget Sound Energy here in Pierce County. 509 on Kitsap, again, all Puget Sound Energy. How long are the winds supposed to last? They're going to last quite a ways into the morning. But we'll be getting some relief later tomorrow morning and afternoon. It should really start to calm down here by lunchtime around the area. Still a little breezy over Seattle, but nothing as major as tonight. Some spots get no wind at all during this time. But by tomorrow afternoon, we'll get a little break before the next system, the next big system on Monday. Yeah, just hang on and be patient. It'll be over before you know it. Not seeing any new recent updates, so must be going through another little lull in the winds around the area. Yeah, notice a couple of 40s here and there. See, we cracked 100 views on YouTube. Thank you guys for spreading the word. See, 63 likes and reactions on Facebook and 4 shares. Thank you guys for getting the word out. Again, in case you missed it and are just joining, Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch talking about live wind coverage around the area. Started going live after that wind advisory was expanded down into parts of Seattle, all the way down the I-5 corridor towards the Thurston-Pierce County line here. Go over this area one more time again, for anyone who may have missed it. Previous map will make a great lock screen pick. You know I love the maps. If you're talking about this one, or was it one of the other ones that I was looking at? Anyways, this is the wind advisory zone until midnight. So Seattle city limits included. It includes cities like White Center, Burien, SeaTac, Tukwila, Renton, Kent, Des Moines, Federal Way, Auburn, Edgewood, Milton, Sumner, Puyallup, Fife, Tacoma, University Place, Lakewood, Parkland, South Hill, Spanaway, Fort Lewis, and DuPont. This also includes Roy as well. Just barely includes Roy and McKenna areas. But so far not seeing anything at all down here. So we'll figure out if this was a bad move by the NWS or not to expand this wind advisory. If anything, they probably should have just kept it up here in the Seattle city limits. But this is where I would wish they would have put a little slice in the zones here. They did a rezoning earlier this year, the NWS did. But they didn't rezone them small enough, in my opinion. So we could have easily put a slice where the county line is and split the Pierce County zone here and the King County zone. Had 2 separate little zones going here. The first map, the pinks. Yeah, just take all the values off and just have the county contours and the colors here. Wish I was able to do that, but again, pivotal weather doesn't allow me to make any customizations. And again, I get a lot of complaints on these maps as well, especially since it doesn't show Olympia. Number one complaint is, where is Olympia on this map? But unfortunately, it does not give me the option to make any of those corrections. It's just what I see on the map here, and that's it. That's it. All right, we have 20 people here on YouTube now. Awesome. Hello, welcome in, guys. Again, Anthony here at Puget Sound Stormwatch. If you're tuning in, it's probably windy where you are, or you're wondering why a wind advisory was issued for the area. Is the HER running? I believe the 3Z is running. Yeah, that 3Z just recently started. And it shows 40 miles per hour for the Tacoma area by 10 p.m. tonight. And still consistently showing areas of 45 or greater over some areas like the Black Hills and Capitol Peak, for example. Showing close to 50 miles per hour here. But see this little pocket of lesser winds over Olympia and Tumwater. This could be the area sheltered by the Black Hills and the Willapa Hills from any southwesterly winds. So a little bit of a reprieve possible for the I-5 corridor south of Olympia. But we'll just have to watch and see as time goes on. Now the models are showing I'm in a white area, just a light breeze, I guess. If you're talking about this wind shadow zone here, this is where the convergence zone is expected to move into. Speaking of that, we haven't checked the radar in a while. Let's see how that convergence zone is still doing. Showing up pretty good down here in Oso. Mama Miyamoto, Julie, how are conditions up in Oso right now? I believe you're the one that's up in Oso. Is it pouring down rain right now where you are? I heard Keith Evans out of Arlington was having quite a downpour with this system as it started up. The convergence zone was further up in the foothills before, and then it started expanding west here. We're still not seeing a really great westerly surge quite yet. And it's northeast, like a little bit east-northeast of the Olympic Mountains. So it must be having stronger winds coming out of the southwest than we are out of the west right now, resulting in the southwest winds dominating over the west winds, and therefore pushing the convergence zone a little farther north, as shown here. Someone said, just breezy here, North Rose Hill area in Kirkland. Don't see any wind advisories posted, only flood. Oh, you're in the Summit Waller area tonight. Okie doke. Thank you for the clarification, but most likely dumping cats and dogs up in your normal area up in Oso. Imagine if the Arctic cold came down the Fraser River Valley during this atmospheric river event. In theory, we'd probably have way too much marine influence to talk about snow. At least down here in the Sound. It would probably be better off up in the Bellingham area, but we would have way too much marine air influence down here in the Sound. It would completely overpower that Arctic front coming in from the north. Yeah, convergence zone still going strong between Arlington and Darrington right now. Nearly stationary. Oh, probably getting some really decent rainfall amounts in this general vicinity. You know, one thing we got to check too is we got to check the Stevens Pass cameras. See if we're getting any accumulations up there right now. It was raining earlier, but we'll just see how things have changed. No new accumulations yet. Kind of looks like it's raining up there still. Yeah, I think it might be raining up at Stevens. I don't think we've had that cold front come through yet to really lower the snow levels, because it's definitely raining up at Stevens right now. The fact that they're anticipating 10 plus inches up there at Stevens over the next 24 hours, we'll just have to see if that forecast is in jeopardy or not. Just shy of 40 miles per hour here at Renton, and just shy of 40 here in Normandy Park. Still gusting quite well over in Shelton at Sanderson Field. But overall, kind of a calm period right now across much of the area. But I guess we'll have to see if the NWS lets that advisory expire early. So if the wind's not blowing where you are right now, still plenty of time for that to change. Just kind of experienced an early onset event around the Seattle area. But still a good possibility for winds to increase area-wide tonight, later on. We're still pretty early in the game right now, so lots of time for that to change. Just patiently waiting for that westerly surge to pick up too. See, now we're finally starting to get some wind gusts here over Whidbey Island and Burlington, Mount Vernon area. They just picked up to 38 miles per hour near the Highway 536 and 20 junction here. Like right at the junction. And same number here at Whidbey Island Naval Air Station. 38 miles per hour right now from the west. Even up here at Friday Harbor, also 37 miles per hour. And 37 here at Smith Island, off the coast as well. No more updates from the NWS, which is interesting. Not hearing any wind reports from them. All right. Well, while everyone's watching right now, have any more questions for me at all? And also look into the future casts here too. We'll go check that out real fast. Like we're about another hour and a half out or so from rendering the 0Z European. We can at least see what's going on over the next 6 days. So it has breezy conditions around the Puget Sound. Maybe a little more than breezy over the foothills. Should probably be out of the southwest again, these winds here. But lesser than what's expected today around much of the area. This would be between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. on Sunday. Then again, a little reprieve before winds start coming in Monday again. We'll be watching these areas for some strong winds possible. Again, wind gusts a little more oriented towards the south, more so than the southwest this time. Still showing some pockets of stronger winds over here in Island County. This would be between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Monday, and see a lot of areas of 40 plus if this model were to verify. Even some 60 plus here in Mount Rainier National Park, and some areas close to 60 along the north end of I-90 here in the foothills. See all of these are wind gusts 50 miles per hour off the coast. Again, Monday morning and afternoon. Then Wednesdays and Thursday system not looking particularly windy over the Puget Sound. Again, a little blustery over the foothills of King and Pierce counties, but again, nothing looking too major right now. But we'll be checking the following model runs as we go into the next week, since these model runs will be crucial to determining the wind and rain risks around the area. Go check rain amounts over the next 6 days as well. See, by the end of the period, 10 a.m. on Thursday, already showing some rain amounts over 5 inches over the next 6 days along parts of I-5 south of Tacoma. But it has pretty nice rain shadowing going on from Seattle and points northward. But the coast, the Cascades, and the South Sound and Southwest Interior taking the brunt of this action. All right, Destiny Raymond Jackson, how's Enumclaw looking as far as wind? Still waiting for some breezier conditions to pick up, but it's not looking like Enumclaw will get much higher than 40 miles per hour tonight if they get to that. You know, Mother Nature's already pulling some wild cards on us tonight. So, some areas may overperform, some areas may bust. I just gotta come out and say that right now. And right now, Central Sound overperforming. South Sound and North Sound not doing so well so far. But still have a couple of hours before winds are expected to peak around here, according to model forecasts. So lots of time for things to change. All right. Thank you, Julie Olson, for your donation of 2 coffees. Very much appreciate that. If you guys would like to donate, if you guys like the stream coverage so far tonight, please consider donating in the form of coffees. $5 a pop. You can also donate in the form of stars on Facebook, a cent a star. I believe a minimum of 50 stars, if I believe so. Or you can also become a patron as well on Patreon. Yo, thank you to all the members who have pledged. Much appreciate. If you guys would like a link to donate, I can give that to you here whenever you want. I also have the coffee link in the stream description of YouTube and on the front Facebook page of Puget Sound Stormwatch as well. Still, convergence zone is holding on mighty around parts of Snohomish County right now, between Granite Falls, Oso, Darrington, and Arlington. Pretty nice rainfall amounts over this part of the foothills right now. Okay, now starting to show up here on radar scope. See, really steady convergence zone hanging over this area. So, wouldn't be surprised if we have some really high rain amounts in the local area. Let's go switch these observations over to precip. Go check in that area right now. Yeah, look at this. In the last hour alone, over a quarter inch just outside of Arlington here. In 3 hours, close to a half inch. See, isolated convergence zone activity right now. Like smack dab under the convergence zone out here. The lucky number, 0.67 inches in the foothills right now, just in the last 3 hours. Yeah, convergence zone, textbook signature right there over Arlington. So for now, we'll just keep all of these values up for now. See what's going on around the area. Gusted at 36 again at SeaTac. And 37 at Boeing Field. That 45 you see right there, that is at 1,170 feet above sea level. So really exposed ridge there on the backside of Cougar Mountain. Doesn't really translate down towards the surface like a lot of these other stations. So I'm taking that with a grain of salt. Yeah, Randy's stream should be starting pretty soon. I'm contemplating wrapping it up to move over there. We will see. I want to go see if he has a schedule set for his live stream. Yeah, he does. Scheduled for 8:45. So if you guys want to go tune into another live stream as well, Randy Small and the team are going live on Whatcom County weather on YouTube and Facebook. Going live at 8:45. And I know that they'll be talking about the wind as well. Okay, new area forecast discussion. See, what is this going to entail for us? Yeah, talking about the wind advisory here. Convergence zone activity remains over Snohomish County this evening with scattered showers elsewhere. Isolated wind gusts upwards of 40 to 45 miles per hour have been observed within the last few hours, resulting in a short-fused wind advisory being issued for the Seattle-Tacoma Metro for tonight. Rain showers are favored to remain overnight, with snowfall expected for elevations near 4,000 feet and above. Other than that, it looks relatively unchanged by far compared to the last AFD that we read together earlier. Yeah, you see this conglomerate of a flood watch right there. That's about the only difference outside of the synopsis being changed. Yeah, still raining up at Stevens by the looks of it. Still raining. PSC is down a little under 200 since the last update. And Seattle City Lights slowly starting to fix all of these customers, but still out along the beach here in Aukai. Yeah, not seeing anything else too particularly impressive. Out here at this buoy or this little island here. Okay, yeah, that is a little island. That's not a buoy. Over in the Strait of Juan de Fuca on the BC side of things, gusting to 52 as of the last update. 40 miles per hour here at Friday Harbor as well. But outside of that, looks like we're in a little bit of a break around this area compared to what we had earlier. Got breezy here about a half hour ago and then died. Yeah, remember that wind advisory is still in effect until midnight, so it's not over till it's over. Basically, wind stopped as fast as it came in. I believe it. See a lot of you guys still hanging out with me. Awesome. Not much going on right now around the area. Heard some reports of stronger breezes. Trees down in the Bellevue area, which is pretty interesting. Of course, in an area that's not really covered by NWS stations here. At least the certified ones. So it's a little hard to tell exactly how strong the winds are in this area. Strong enough to bring down trees according to numerous reports. Which is pretty impressive for what was supposed to be a lower end wind event. Maybe taking a cough drop tonight. I've been talking for a long time today. Yeah, like Sonia said on YouTube, be sure to smash that like button, comment, subscribe, and ring that bell for future live stream notifications. In case I ever break in the live coverage like this in the event of significant weather activity around the area, you guys with the bell rung would be the first to know. Alright, is the wind still blustery in your area? If you're watching, go ahead and let me know if you're interested. Trying to get up towards 40 miles per hour again. That is a new record for that station in downtown North Bend. So far. 32 here at Tacoma Narrows. Not overly strong yet here in parts of the South Sound. But we'll see if the models are onto something. Because the models show the strongest wind gusts around this area being around 10 p.m. to midnight. But so far, not really living up to the hype of the models earlier down here in the South Sound. So far. Cairo 7 says over 10,200 Seattle City lights without power as of 7 p.m. Yeah, a lot of those have been fixed. We're down to around 8,000, maybe even less than that, last time I checked. Feel like we're still expecting the most wind we'll get tonight. Yeah, still a few hours before we can really decide whether or not it was a bust for down here. But still lots of time for things to change, so remain vigilant and keep your guard up in case the wind picks up out of nowhere. .41 again here in Normandy Park. I'm going to turn this filter back on so we can get rid of all the junk. We're going to go back to 30 miles per hour or greater. Yeah, thank you, Keith, for the information. 8,318. So we're well under 10,000 now. Hanging in around 2,500 for PSC around the area. So they got those two big power outages near Renton earlier, which had this up over 6,000. They fixed those rather quickly in about 2 hours a pop, so that really reduced the number around here. But not expecting any more significant impacts, knock on wood. Unless you're up in Whidbey Island, where we're anticipating 50 plus mile per hour westerly gusts later tonight and tomorrow morning. But lots of time for that to change, though. Quite a bit of rain going on over here in Snohomish and Kitsap County, Skagit counties. Snohomish and Skagit. Yeah, no major changes up here yet. But yeah, 41 again at Normandy Park. Max gust since midnight is 43 miles per hour. All right, Sonia Echo Warren on Facebook. Thankfully, we haven't had much wind and rain has seemed fairly tame in Centralia. Thank you for your lives. We all appreciate you. Well, thank you for tuning in. I wouldn't be able to do it without people like you. Yeah, I think Centralia should stay out of the strongest winds tonight. It should be mostly sheltered by the Willapa Hills down there. I don't think we're expecting anything too impactful down here in the South Sound. Now, there were some crazy model runs in the last 24 hours, but those seem to have started to die out a little bit. But that wind advisory was issued anyways as a precaution down to the Pierce-Thurston County line. So, Pierce-Thurston County line area along I-5 up to Seattle city limits here. Wind advisory till midnight for this area. Wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour possible. All right, Keith. All good? Yep. Have a great time. Have a good night. If I don't see you again, should be over on Randy's channel soon as well. I'll probably go and tune in to his stream. Yeah, thank you again, Keith, for tuning in. Big wind, lots of rain in Arlington. Appreciate the report. Thank you. Yeah, the wind's pretty spotty right now. It's not doing too much outside of the Central Sound. Not even seeing it really pick up here in Whidbey quite yet. But still lots of time for this to perspire. I'm guessing I must have had the wrong Julie in also then. Or Julie Bradford, is your YouTube channel Mama Miyamoto, or is that a different Julie? Because I know I have two Julies that watch me. I gotta make sure I'm not mixing you guys up again. Or is Mama Miyamoto Julie Rogers' channel? Yeah, no new major updates, so barring anything crazy in the next 15 minutes, probably gonna wind things down and head over to Whatcom County weather stream. Is that barring any big changes, we just got a 43 here just recently. That's north of the Fauntleroy ferry right there. A 43 again right there. I'll be keeping my eye over here on this area in case anything else kind of bursts out. Seems like a huge gust just came through Steilacoom. See, do we have any stations out there? We do not have any stations out there, but it did just clock a 38 at the Tacoma Narrows, so I believe it. Might have been something similar to what you just felt down there. Thank you for your report, Whitney Alexis. So yeah, 38 just clocked here at Tacoma Narrows. Yeah, I want to watch this area for the potential for some big wind for a short time tonight too. Because this is more southwest to northeast oriented. And this is going to be the direction that the winds are coming out of too. So we could have sort of a wind tunnel affect areas like Point Defiance and southern Vashon Island. See elsewhere around the area, 36 here at Boeing Field. Megan Witonsky by Messed Up Your Last Name, Don't Come From My Head. Enum Claw is getting it currently. Thank you for your report. See, downtown Enumclaw has 27 miles per hour, but of course accuracy is going to depend on how the stations are set up. So there will be some variance over a short distance. It all just depends on microclimates and surroundings like trees. Whitney says, you're welcome. Thank you for the live streams. Thank you for people like you tuning in, or else this would not be possible. Glad to be there to give out the information to you guys. Okay, so yeah, Mama Miyamoto is Rogers and Olsen. Yeah, I see several different names. I see Peterson as well. So I just had to make sure you were the right person. But yeah, you're not the one that's based in Oso. It's Julie Bradford who's in Oso. Gotta make sure I remember that. Go look at the convergence zone again one more time. Pretty heavy rain falling along Highway 20 between Hamilton and Cedro-Woolley right now. If you're in this area or you're near this area, how's everything going outside right now? Is it pouring down rain? Is it windy up here? What's it like over your area if you're along Highway 20 here? Oh, perfect. Megan Witonsky, I nailed that. Awesome. Dan's Backcountry, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. How's tomorrow on the OP looking? Planning to film a new episode tomorrow. Remind me again what the OP stands for. Is it something Peninsula? You're in UP, so like University Place, right? Are you based in University Place? Yeah, most of the rain's up here, well, north of Everett right now. Some showers passing along the coast and Strait of Juan de Fuca right now, but otherwise mostly dry around the area. Olympic Peninsula. Okay, perfect. I guess I should have realized, oh wait, there's a huge thing right here that's abbreviated OP. Should have realized that. How's the Olympic Peninsula looking? Well, I am very glad you asked. Let's go look at some short-term model imagery. And I think we have a new model run here. Can't remember if I already looked at the 0Z NAM or not. I think I already did though, but see, westerly surge going into tomorrow morning, if the model verifies, and then calms down a bit as we go into the nighttime on Saturday. Overall, not seeing anything too impactful up there. And see, mostly dry around the area except for up in the northern mountains. Otherwise, just some passing showers over the next couple of days or so before that system comes in on Monday. Starts coming in early in the morning on Sunday, but again, just really hit or miss activity. We may have some heavy showers with that leading edge that comes in, but after that, it really starts to break up behind it. But we're not expecting the big action until, see here, Monday morning. As soon as it hits midnight, guess what? Deluge of rain begins, area-wide, and it is just going to dump. Using the drone for B-roll needs no rain and limited rain. Or limited rain? Absolutely no wind or rain here in Everett. Yeah, Everett's kind of in that wind shadow area right now. So Everett may not get very much wind, if any at all. See, because the Olympics are splitting the wind north and west of them right now. And they're meeting up again to form that convergence zone right now over the Arlington area. See, it's right on the tip of where this white area is right here. That is the convergence zone area, as we see out here. Starting to move off more into the foothills though, but looks like precipitation last time I checked is still falling in the form of rain here at Stevens. And wow, that's cool. I don't think, I have never witnessed that before. Like we just popped on to the stream at the right time here at stevenspass.com. as they're clearing off the snow stake right now. Pretty interesting. Sometimes you're in the right place at the right time. So yeah, not expecting any impactful conditions over the Olympic Peninsula tomorrow. I think you should be okay to fly your drone. As long as your drone can withstand wind gusts of 30 to 35 miles per hour pretty efficiently, then you have a really good shot of flying tomorrow. Just want to figure out when they stop spinning this thing. Good with Tuesday having it pour since it's a work day for me. YouTube isn't my only income, but Saturday to Monday I need calm, dryish weather for ideal filming. Yeah, Monday, not gonna happen. Not Monday. But Saturday and Sunday, it's a really hit or miss chance. You just have to time it properly between showers. But Monday, sorry, my friend, not gonna happen on Monday. In Enumclaw, is the wind supposed to be worse later? Showing windy conditions overnight around Enumclaw, but not too terrible. Models were showing up to 40 miles per hour earlier for your area, but they seem to have downtrended back into the 35 mile per hour range. Even then, that might not even verify based on what we're seeing so far. But like I said, still plenty of time for conditions to change. The wind advisory for the Puget Sound area is in effect until midnight, but Enumclaw is not included in that. So not expecting wind advisory conditions for Enumclaw or any of the foothill areas tonight. Even though some areas have gotten up over 40 miles per hour in North Bend and Snoqualmie. Oh, they really rotate this stake for a long time, don't they? So you spinning it like this doesn't work if it's iced over. It's cool to see that they have an automatic mechanism that cleans off the snow. It's just a matter of how long does it do it. What do you say? Are you guys tired of looking at this yet? Yeah, still showing rain falling here at Stevens Pass. But that winter storm warning goes into effect. It went into effect at 7 this afternoon and continues until 10 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. So there's still plenty of time for a snow changeover up there at Stevens. Plenty of time for that changeover. Probably spins a while in case that snow that's frozen solid on it. Yeah, I'd imagine it spins for a while. But like I'm saying, if it's completely iced over, then it's probably not going to be as effective at this speed. Like if they did a rapid oscillation back and forth, I feel like that would be more effective. Wow, still 18 of you guys hanging around. Awesome. Glad to see you guys still here. Looks like Randy's stream is about to start here in about 2 minutes. So, if you guys want to go see what Randy has to say on Whatcom County weather, he's another great source of weather around Western Washington. That is Whatcom County weather. I just saw on YouTube we hit 1.18k subs. Just haven't gotten the update on my smart clock quite yet. But yeah, it's looking like we might have just hit 1.18k according to YouTube. So awesome. Thank you guys for continuing to subscribe. Yeah, I think I think we're done watching this thing. Let's go back to the winds, shall we? Whoa, 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 whoa. You guys seeing this? Ooh, that's a big one. 49 miles per hour at SeaTac. What time did this happen? Let's see. 8:34. So about 10 minutes ago. 26 mile per hour wind from the south-southwest, gusting to 49 at SeaTac. Well then. Pardon the pun, but when you pass 30K subs, it tends to start snowballing. Yeah, I'm not even close. Still have a long ways to go. One of these days, I should take one of you weather YouTubers into the harder to access area so you can see serious weather. Sounds good. Pretty gusty up here in UP. Upper Peninsula. You must mean Upper Peninsula when you say that, right? Yeah, gotta update my rapid fire update channel with that. That's a big one. Why has the wind not started at Ladysmith? Well, you're being sheltered from the west. Yeah, Mark, so when we talked about this earlier, remember I was talking about how you're most likely going to be sheltered from the westerly winds. Okay, now you're talking about University Place. All right. Pretty gusty up here in University Place. Yeah, I heard a gust report from the Seattle-Tacoma earlier, and it verified with about a 38 mile per hour gust upstream at Tacoma Narrows Airport. So, Mark, I think any of your strongest winds up there in Ladysmith might have already passed earlier with those southeasterlies ahead of the westerlies. So I think most of your wind is done for the first initial event. .49 is a very decent gust, yes. And at a place like SeaTac, which is one of the official observation sites around the area, this is, I wouldn't call it considerable, but this is something to take into account analytically. It's a good sign for what's to come later if the forecasts are going to verify. Like, if the models are not going to bust, then this is a good sign of what's coming up. Top of the University Place Plateau, 400 feet elevation, so it gets pretty gusty at times. Yeah, you're quite exposed up there compared to the rest of the area. Yeah, I'll let my channel on Facebook know the rapid fire updates. If you don't already follow that channel on my Facebook, go to the front page. I'll show you guys real quick here. So this is what you see when you go on the front page here of my Facebook. Here in the intro section, of course, here's that donation link again if you're interested. But down here, rapid fire updates. This is the rapid fire update channel. So I activated it earlier today. See, there's my announcement that it was activated. Talked about the live stream coming, and then started talking about wind gusts as well as alerts being issued and storm reports like the coastal flooding along the coast earlier. The expansion of the wind advisory, convergence zone, and then I just updated it just now. SeaTac Airport had a 49 mile per hour gust a few minutes ago. If you guys are interested, go and check that channel out. That will be the most up-to-date rapid-fire information that you can get. Mark says visibility is not good. Dan's Backcountry says keep grinding and you'll get more subs. Doing live videos and long-form content helps build your channel. Even during times when the algorithm leans more towards short-form vertical content, which is shameful for us long-form and stream guys. But yeah, we're working our way up there. Before the October 25th event, I only had like 510 to 520 subs, and then we more than doubled that in one night. There's still a crazy event on October 25th around here. But yeah, currently working my way up towards YouTube monetization at the moment. This is why we're doing these more long-form streams, as well as to get the information out to as many people as possible throughout the day. Yeah, shorts are the way to the YouTube algorithm, 100%. My short-form content blows my briefings out of the water. It's one reason why I kind of slowed down, aka stopped the briefings, just because the shorts and live streams are taking over the channel. Yeah, 49 tonight. And still 45 as of the last update. The station updates every 5 minutes, and it hasn't updated in about 10 minutes. But the last one, so 8:34, we had that gust of 49, and then at 8:40, the gust of 45. Blowing pretty good down there at SeaTac right now. It even just hit 43 here on the hillside. That's a new record for the day. The hillside overlooking Browns Point, just on the tip of that hill right there. Whitney Alexis, sorry if I missed your report earlier, but is the Tacoma area wind supposed to increase? According to the forecast, yes. It's going to increase in a couple hours and go through early tomorrow morning, like 1 a.m. But we will see if these winds really start to pick up around the South Sound here. That 43, I believe, is the most that we've had down here so far tonight. Most in Pierce County southward in the lowlands. So that overall is a new record for this general area. So, yeah, still a couple of hours probably before we peak. Eventually, you'll start getting spammed by collaboration requests in your email. Well, I am actively looking for sponsorships, for sure. Not necessarily collabs, but sponsorships. Anyone that's willing to help support Puget Sound Stormwatch. More so if it's more winter-related, or weather-related content, excuse me. If it's related to weather, then I'm more leaning towards doing a sponsorship with said company. But I haven't had anyone reach out to me so far with serious inquiries yet. Might explain the flickering lights right now. Sounds about right. Yes. Bunch of short videos can also hurt you. One of my younger YouTube weather guys found out it hurt his channel. Hoping for some lowland snow eventually. Not looking like it anytime soon. We have to get rid of the subtropical moisture first, and even then it's going to take some time for us to rid the area of this moisture. At least into the beginning of the following week after the next. Sponsored content is usually sporadic, and you'll have to really sift through them. Yeah, you said it. I haven't had any serious inquiries yet, like I said. I know Washington Weather Chasers, if you check out Ben's page, he's got a few sponsors that helped him out. They helped get him some new tires for his ride and even gave him what he calls a Rain-X on steroids for his windshield. You know, so there are sponsorships out there that will help. You just really have to know the right people. $54 out here at Shelton now. That is a new record on the day. I don't think any model had remotely close to that. That's pretty considerable now. So we'll just have to watch and see if any of this starts to work its way towards the east, towards our area. Wind's picking up here in Seebeck. Lindsay Pease, thank you for your report. Lot of off-topic ones. Yeah, if I had a company like Windy or Radar Scope reach out, that would be massive. like services that I use on a daily basis to disseminate this information to you guys. That would be the ideal sponsorship in my opinion. Best sponsor I got so far was a high-end e-bike plus a kickback. That was the best so far. A Riley N. What for Port Orchard? Not seeing anything in the Port Orchard area quite yet. We did have some 30 plus mile per hour gusts around Bremerton and Port Orchard earlier, but that has since calmed down. But we're expecting some wind gusts in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range up there overnight. More towards the 10 or 11 p.m. time frame, lasting for at most a couple of hours. But we still have to hang around for a little bit to watch that. And I totally forgot that Randy's stream just started. I missed it. Oops. Go scroll through Randy's stream real quick. I'm just gonna keep this quietly on in the background. See what Randy Small and team have to say. Scott Buchanan, will Everett get winds? Not as strong as the surrounding area. I'll show you clear as day here on the models that we're gonna have a wind shadow around Everett. So it may not be completely calm, but it'll be much calmer than to the north and to the south. The Olympics are blocking off the flow of west or southwesterly winds through this area. And that's why we have the convergence zone forming right now as well. Are currently going there. Okay, just got the notification that we are up to 1.18K officially. Awesome sauce. Almost to 1.2K, guys. Just need 20 more subs. Yeah, Randy's a funny guy. Yeah. Big time convergence showers and passing showers in that area right now. 47 again. So we had 49, 45, and then 47 in the last 15 minutes here at SeaTac. So really strong winds kicking up right over the Central Sound right there yet again. Are any of you guys around SeaTac feeling that right now? You can do a collaborated live stream. It allows you to do a side-by-side. Crazy wind in West Olympia, says Dirk Doppler. Probably similar to what the Shelton Sanderson field right there is feeling. And see, that is at 54 degrees as of, 54 miles per hour as of the last update. Yeah, calm in Everett. I believe it because you have the Olympic wind shadow, as I like to call it. Usually you have the rain shadow, but right now it's acting as a wind shadow for that area. Winds to the north of you and winds to the south, but no wind directly over you. That's the magic of it. Do daily live streams and do them consistently, giving your video genre, and that should get you up there. Yeah, during storm events like this that are coming up, I usually do live streams once a day usually. This is actually my second live stream today, believe it or not. And this is already on over 2.5 hours. My last live stream was over 5. So I've been streaming for almost 8 hours today alone. Let me tell you, my larynx is feeling it. How much further will the wind go up? Are you talking about strength or like the positioning of the wind? Like, are you asking if it's going to make its way up north towards Bellingham? Because right now the wind's not expected to make it much farther north than Skagit County. You do a live stream during a more major weather event, and it will push you up. I remember when Michael got over 100K. Oh, so you do follow Pacific Northwest Weather Watch, too. During that bomb cyclone, if memory serves me right. Yeah, I was streaming during the night of the October 25th windstorm around here, and that's how I got that huge 500 to 600 subscriber boost. And that also gave me about 1,300 watch hours to put towards monetization in the future. Not quite there yet. We still need around 700 to 800 watch hours to get up to that point. So I'm hoping to get there by the start of the next year. So you just hit 40 here at Normandy Park as well. Sitting on my porch last night and a rat came a few feet from me. Scared it so bad it flew off the porch missing the steps. That's funny. Talk to Michael on occasion. He's a nice guy. Yeah, I haven't personally met Michael, so I couldn't tell you from experience. I do occasionally chat with him behind the scenes, but it's very far and few. Mainly during his storm chases, I'll just give him some observations from around the area. Like during my live stream on October 25th, I was feeding the wind gust information to him and his co-star Matthew, who was along with them too. I was actually the one that broke the 66 mile per hour wind gust to them that we got that night at Tacoma Narrows. And they were just like, 66? I was like, yeah, you better believe it. That's what the OBS station out there said. 66 miles per hour for Tacoma Narrows on October 25th. Yeah, I think pretty much everyone that follows all the weather pages around here also follows Pacific Northwest Weather Watch. Like, that is the largest by a mile. Wow, we just had a surge up to 200 views here on YouTube. And it's funny because Randy's stream, even though his subscriber count is significantly less than mine, he still has 3 times as many viewers on his stream right now. Wow, he got a huge surge. He's actually up over 500 subscribers now. I remember a couple streams ago, he was only at around 350. So that's a huge surge for him. You know, honestly, good for him. Oh boy, we got a new wind advisory update, everyone. Stand by for this. Hang on, this is some big news we have here. They just expanded the wind advisory to include the Olympia area as well. So they just put an expansion on this to include parts of Thurston and Mason counties. Let's see what they have to say here. So the wind advisory is in effect until 3 a.m. Saturday, tomorrow, for Olympia, Lacey, and Tumwater area. Oh, Sonia, that was really nice of you to help with Michael's channel. Yeah, I know, he went through mayhem to try to get that channel back. Yeah, Matthew's cool too. Matthew I've met in real life 3 times. When I was at my old job at Safeway right down the road here in Milton, he stopped by a few times and we talked about the weather quite a bit. Really cool guy, honestly. So yeah, if you guys are just seeing right now, we just had that wind advisory expanded down to Olympia. They also just extended the wind advisory until 3 a.m. tomorrow too. This was originally supposed to expire at midnight. They extended it until 3 a.m. And look at this. Look at what they just bumped it up to. They just bumped it up to 50 to 55 miles per hour. This is for Seattle and Tacoma area. I want to know where they got the audacity to do this, because they're also seeing 50 to 55 for Olympia, Lacey, and Tumwater too. That can't have anything to do with that gust that we just got a SeaTac, but yeah, we just got 47 here, which just broke the record near Browns Point here. But breaking news coming in, guys. Breaking news. Yeah, thank you, Dan's Backcountry, for your support. Really appreciate it. So we might get power outages. If what the model's showing are correct, then yes, possibly. I think it was probably this wind gust here at Shelton that prompted the expansion. That's most likely what it was here. So let's go and view the new update area. So this was the area before. This is what it looked like before. This is what it looks like now. They just added these 2 forecast zones in. Let me go message Randy's stream right now. Go to some of your Facebook comments. Is this an isolated wind area like between Seattle and Olympia? It looks overall scattered. Madeline Love, what for the Olympia area? Well, right now, I think this wind gust that we just got at Sanderson Field earlier, the 54-mile-per-hour wind gust, is what prompted the expansion of the wind advisory down for the Olympia area. I think he just mentioned me. Tell him that the wind monitor at SeaTac blew away. Wait, it didn't just blow away, did it? That's a joke, right? Just gotta make sure that is a joke, right? So yeah, this now includes Yelm, Nisqually, Lacey, Tumwater, Olympia, Shelton, Allen, Grapeview. Now included in this wind advisory, and it has been extended until 3 a.m. area-wide. They're now calling for wind gusts 50 to 55 miles per hour, and that was most likely because of that 54-mile-per-hour wind gust we just had here at Sanderson Field. But still gusting to 47 here at SeaTac, so we might just be on the beginning of this event down here in the South Sound. We'll be watching this closely. Okay, yeah, I am joking. Good. I had to make sure you were joking. It's up in the Issaquah-Gilman area just above historical downtown. Pretty windy up there, say between 20 to 35 miles per hour. So it looks like they're expanding the coverage of this wind advisory. If I didn't answer your questions, Nolan Rice and Madeline Love, sorry about that. But I can clarify that one more time for you guys. So they're expanding the wind area to include much of the South Sound and parts of the Southwest interior, including Olympia and Shelton. So more of a scattered wind event now. They're increasing confidence that we're going to see these stronger wind gusts tonight down here. But it's going to be well after dark for most of the area. And then, yeah, for the Olympia area, gusts possibly as high as 50 miles per hour for some spots through 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm in North Bend. When it comes through, it's like a train. Yeah, North Bend usually gets those southeast wind gusts, not usually the southwest ones. You see, the southwest ones are either going around or over Rattlesnake Mountain into the Snoqualmie River Valley here, as seen by this 45-mile-per-hour wind gust near North Bend. So now we have a 46 and a 47 right next to each other. That's no coincidence, guys. If we have these winds at nearly the same strength that close to each other, that is no coincidence. It's most likely gusting that high between Dash Point and Browns Point up on the hill right now. So we're down to 43 now at Shelton as of the last update, but 46 and 47 here near Browns Point just now. What is Randy's stream? Go look at Whatcom County weather. WHATCOM County weather. Very, very windy here in Northeast Olympia. Merrick Anderson, I appreciate the reports. Deb Steele just had a pretty good gust run. Gust run the Seuss Creek Valley on East Hill. Can't see the trees anymore, and that bugs me. I believe it. Lights are occasionally flickering here in University Place. Thank you again, Dan, for your report. Yeah, I was really surprised to see that wind advisory expanded, but I'm guessing they just based it off that 54 we just got here. That's probably what prompted the expansion down here. I don't know if it was a good call to put Olympia in this, but Mason County, I could see that. I don't know about Olympia being in this alert. That may have been a tough call to make, especially up to 55 miles per hour. I'm not sure about that one. Speaking of flood, like Randy just said, let's look at the flood map one more time. See if there's any major changes. There's not any major changes since the last time I went over this. So yeah, again, here's these alerts if you want to read over these real quick. Olympia area on top, Tacoma, Seattle area on the bottom. Hey, there you are, Mark. I saw you jump on Randy's stream. So south of Olympia or Yelm, it will just be breezy. Yeah, I don't know if it was a good call to put that area in the wind advisory. I personally just don't see it on the models. It's only looking like around 30 to 35 miles per hour for the Yelm area. Sandbag season has begun, Green-Eyed Breeze. That is correct. Destiny, Lakewood, Steilacoom has been calm. I don't know, there's someone in Steilacoom earlier that said they had a pretty gnarly gust rip through there earlier. Next to Fort Steilacoom Park. Someone said power out in Woodinville. What other moisture is coming? Why are they still saying more rain? It won't really affect the Ladysmith area too much, but we can take a look at the integrated water vapor transport and show you the idea of what's coming for the area. Let's go look at precipitable water. So there's today's moisture taking a break. It's sagged down towards Oregon. It's going to take a little break. And then it's going to extend back up into this area. So notice here, this is the subtropical moisture moving into Hawaii. This is tapping into the Philippines. And guess what? It's going to merge with that one. Like that. And then, pow. Give us a big hit right here on Monday. So that's the atmospheric river on Monday. And then they're watching for this to potentially sag south into Oregon. But there's a chance it may stay hung up over Washington. That would be worst case scenario for our rivers. Starting to sway, getting blustery. All right, Sonia says be right back. All right, perfect. See, this is Wednesday again, taking a hit here along the coast. And then they're watching out for Friday as well. It doesn't show up here on this model run, but they're watching for this to extend into our area again on Friday. So we have 1, 2, possibly 3 more taps with this subtropical moisture. And this is extending all the way down to the Philippines in this one too. So it is going to be warm and it is going to be moist. But if this doesn't sag south, then we're talking big problems for the rivers. But if it does, a little bit of breathing room for our rivers, and some of these may get out of hitting a major flood stage. But if this stays hung up over here unlike what this model is showing here, then we could have quite a number of rivers hit major flood stage, especially along the Cascades. Randy's going over the river forecasts right now. I'm going to make a main Facebook post about this. So let's go look again at the hazards viewer. We hit 50 up here in the foothills of Grays Harbor County. No, it's overshadowed by the flood watch, so that's not going to happen. Just have to go back to the IEM monitor, I suppose. Geez, I have a lot of rad maps saved, don't I? Still a lot of you viewing right now, and we had 30 likes on YouTube. Thank you guys for that. All right, posting that to Facebook right now. Let's go ahead and post that real quick. No Oso. What about Port Orchard wind? Not looking too impressive right now. Most of the wind is staying to the east and south. Ooh. Just hit 50 here near Browns Point. There's another 50. That's big. That's not good. checking in about how wind conditions are looking coming in. Wind's picking up here around parts of the South Sound now. We just hit 50 miles per hour here near Browns Point, up on the hill, like just above Browns Point, looking over North Shore. So here in Northeast Tacoma, just hit 50 miles per hour. That's a new record on the day for that station. Hit 54 here earlier in Shelton, and that prompted the expansion of the wind advisory down for parts of Mason and Thurston counties. I feel like they could have just gotten away with Mason because I think Thurston's going to be on the far low end of this. Not seeing anything major there right now. All right, gonna post this for you Patreon folks as well. Do a little cross-post action real fast. Yeah, looks like things are picking up right on time around parts of the Sound. All right, here's the new Patreon post for you guys. Wind advisory expanded and extended. If you guys want to go check that out, Puget Sound so much here on Patreon. So anywhere in the black contour here, you're in the wind advisory until 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. 3 a.m. wind advisory. Yeah, windy is still showing nothing above 35 miles per hour for Roy area on most models. Lisa Silver says, windy in Bonnie Lake, thank you for your report. Branch just landed in the roof. That's Summit Waller area, if I remember correctly, right? Been calm and drizzling all day until the last 10 minutes or so, windy now. Yeah, I believe you're in the Waller area, so you're in the South Sound as well. That area is included in the wind advisory until 3 a.m. Posting the update to Blue Sky too. I've got to be better about posting the Blue Sky. Yeah, in case you missed it, we just hit 50 here. Right on the edge of the hill going down towards Browns Point. One of those little exposed spots a couple hundred feet above sea level here. 446 feet exposed to the southwesterly winds, 50 miles per hour. Already on the higher end of what models were showing down here. How is Vaughn Gig Harbor now looking with wind? Well, we're watching to see if these winds start to spread over towards Gig Harbor, but right now they're staying mostly to the south and east of Gig Harbor. So we'll be watching those closely as time goes on. But was getting windy here at SeaTac earlier. I think we hit 49 here at the airport not long ago, but now 50 here down in Northeast Tacoma. So expecting things to pick up still around the area, including Gig Harbor, Vaughn, and all of these areas surrounding Tacoma. What is Blue Sky? It's similar to Twitter. So, Matthew just posted something. Yeah, we have to check the power outages again. We haven't checked that in a while. Last update was 2513 for PSE. Way up. We've almost tripled that number. And look, they're starting to spread to the south here as well. A new outage at 901, 66 customers affected here in Centralia. Outside the city limits, just west 507 between Bucota and Centralia. couple of little individual outages here as well. We have one impacting 45 customers here near North Olympia. Look at that. A big time outage affecting Highway 16 between Burley and Bethel here. Sherry Wilcox, if you're still watching, this is in your area. A big 808 number outage here. So 808 customers at 903. Look at all these outages quickly spreading around the area. Even have an outage here affecting 1,343 at 823 here in downtown Des Moines. So downtown Des Moines is without power right now. Some stronger winds forming around that area at the moment. They said it's really bad in Port Orchard right now. Wow, that was quick. That was really quick, wasn't it? We have an outage here on the south side of Lake Sammamish. Outage here in Woodinville now. These are just popping up like wildfire. Several outages here on Bainbridge. These are big outages too, affecting several hundred people a pop. Just really started ramping up here out of nowhere. Yeah, Blue Sky is a social media platform like Twitter. It's basically Twitter before it became X. We even have a power outage. Oh, this was an accident, so this wasn't wind related. I was going to say right here in downtown Cedro-Woolley. But a lot of power outages starting to pop up here in the South Sound. So keeping our eyes on this. See if Seattle City Light's getting any better on it. Yeah, Seattle City Light's going down still, but they still have that big outage here along Alki, West Seattle area. It looks like Skagit was updated. This was 9 minutes ago. Let's make sure this is updated. Yeah, Kitsap starting to go up. Might be hard to see this shading, but we have shades for Kitsap and Skagit now. Even Skagit's starting to go up. 1,002 customers out in Skagit for Puget Sound Energy. And 2,045 PSE customers out here on Kitsap. Currently still 11,207 out for King. Looks like we're really starting to pick up here sharply all of a sudden around the area. Parkland area doesn't seem more than breezy. Yeah, there's some areas near you where the wind's whipping right now. That's, again, the power of microclimates. Ooh, I think we lost Randy's sound. I'm just going to tune out of that stream for now. All right, go back to our coverage real quick. Stream's really starting to take off here tonight, especially on YouTube. All right, is it getting windy where you are? Go ahead and let me know if it's starting to get windy where you are. Dead calm in Everett. Yeah, Everett's one of those areas that, like I was saying, is going to be wind shadowed between the Olympics. So, oh, look at that, 96 miles per hour at Chinook Pass. That's got to be insane. Really, really whipping down here at Chinook. Almost 100 miles per hour. That's unreal. Unbelievable. Yeah, this updates every 15 minutes, so we'll be getting a new update from this station here very soon. But 29 miles per hour from the southwest at 9:15 p.m., gust 50. This is right around the edge of the hill going down from North Shore into Browns Point. Let's check on Whidbey, shall we? Yeah, nothing for Whidbey right now. Chinook Pass has left the chat. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they didn't lose power after that one. But they probably have most of their lines underground anyways. That is crazy, Lisa Silver. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been through more than 60 miles per hour. Remember, some areas got up to 70. I know SeaTac got up to 69 miles per hour for Hanukkah Eve 2006, but I don't remember it super well. At least I haven't been outside for anything more than 60 miles per hour. North End Tacoma about 10 minutes ago. Let me restart that from scratch. On the North End in Tacoma about 10 minutes ago, a wind gust woke my dog up. It was loud. Oh yeah, it's got to be kicking up pretty good here through the Narrow Strait right now. Surprised this station here at the Tacoma Narrows Airport isn't registering anything more than 40 quite yet. I have it right now so that it's only showing stations that record wind gusts of 40 or greater, to eliminate a lot of the junk off the screen. So if something over 40 pops up, it'll pop up right in the middle of the screen somewhere. Look, even 88 out here near Mount St. Helens too. Just some ridiculous gusts over the mountains right now. It's ridiculous. $250 views on the YouTube stream. Awesome sauce. Thank you guys for that. Had 2 really successful streams today. Really picking up near Buckley, says Kim Leonard. Thank you for your report. Yeah, I think the main event is going to be underway here in the next hour for most of us. I think earlier might have been just an appetizer, but it may be shifting more from north to south across the area. We'll just have to watch everything live to see what changes as time goes on. $87 likes on Facebook. Can we get to 100 likes before the stream's over? That would be huge. And then quiet all of a sudden. Well, Gina May, Kim Leonard is down in the Buckley Enumclaw area right now. She's reporting it picking up, but then it went quiet. So just a little burst of wind there for a short time. How long will you be on tonight? Pretty much until my voice goes out. If the winds keep up until midnight like they're showing, if you guys are on here, we may just have to go till midnight, won't we? I already expected, after looking at the models just a few days ago, I was like, okay, we're going to try to plan around the winds and see if we can make it later into the night. You know, my sleep schedule may not survive, but it is what it is, right? Anything for the thrill of the weather. Scott Buchanan also talking about the Godzilla Category 5 atmospheric river coming Tuesday. Yeah, let's go, Cliff Mass. Let's go for that one. So far, 25.6 mile per hour gusts out of south-southeast at my place in Ladysmith, BC. But yeah, Cliff Mass really kind of jumped the gun by saying Godzilla. Hyperbolic, am I right? But yeah, so Everett wasn't expected to get any strong winds tonight anyways. Now, I've really tried to push the communication of the wind shadow over the last couple of days. So if you guys have been on Facebook, especially paying attention to the Facebook posts, the models I've been posting have had that wind shadow directly over Everett. So it was a known thing ahead of time that there wasn't going to be much wind over that area. Okay, Browns Point down to 40, but picking up again at SeaTac to 41 miles per hour. Olympia. So Ben Means the wind advisory was expanded down to your area, including Olympia, and is in effect until 3 a.m. They're calling for wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles per hour. But I believe that's an overestimation for the Olympia area. So we'll just see what happens. But you did hit 54 up at Shelton-Sanderson Field, but that's well to the northwest of your area. Not seeing any indications of strong wind in Olympia yet, knock on wood. But we are seeing power outages down there. See, some isolated power outages, including this big one between Centralia and Bucota off of Highway 507. Pretty long power outage along Highway 16 between Bethel and Burley as well in Kitsap County. So last number I saw was 7,500 something. Let's see if that's gone up. It's gone up about another 100 or so. See, we're seeing outages up here in Woodinville. Have a new outage here near Totem Lake. Juanita neighborhood area. Bainbridge Island. Des Moines downtown is out of power. A couple in Miramont, some in the foothills here from earlier. Even a little isolated one here in the outskirts of Wilkeson as well. Let's see, power outage here in Greenwater. It's becoming much more sporadic as the wind continues. Power out in Vaughan. Thank you, Emily Rose Gregson, for the report. Hopefully your power's not out. Sonia, did you get that comment for me? Yeah. Still gusty here in UP. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, just got a report of power out in Vaughan. So right over here in the Key Peninsula. See, is that Peninsula Power Company? Or is that PSC? Vaughan area is in Pierce County, so I think that's Peninsula Light Company, because we now have 953 for Peninsula Light Company out here in Pierce County. That might have been the power outage that just affected the Key Peninsula area. He said, dang, that came out of nowhere. I've often said that living in this area my whole life, when they don't predict things ahead of time, watch out. Yeah, always an anomaly somewhere. Always. It never fails. Mother Nature never fails. South Beacon Hill, the pressure finally stabilized after dropping for the last few hours. Seeing some of your comments coming up right now. So yeah, even Tanner Electric Co-op in this area of Kitsap County, Pierce County, also seeing some outages as well. Yeah, for reference, Washington is the only state that lights up on the map if you go to poweroutage.us or poweroutage.com. Here, this is the site that uses a bunch of culinary information. Is culinary the right word for that? It just uses a compound of information from several light companies and PUDs and combines it into one interactive site. It says, right now, Washington has between 10,000 and 50,000 people out of power. And it's hard to see, but Kitsap is starting to light up here pretty good. 2,714 PSE customers out here in Kitsap County, and 607 PSE customers out here in Skagit. Let's 42 here in the tide flats, right down at sea level there. Where do they think is going to be 55 mile per hour gusts? Well, Shelton had a 54 earlier, so that's probably that's almost certainly what prompted the expansion of the wind advisory. I just don't know if it was called for to include Thurston County in that. I think Thurston County may have been jumping the gun, at least for the zone that they included for Thurston County. But Mason County, I could see happening with that 54 that happened earlier. I'm not sure about any future wind gusts in that range. The highest we've had since then was a 50-mile-per-hour gust near Browns Point here in the Tacoma area. Since then, not too much outside of that. How is Oak Harbor tonight, friend? Christy Friston. Might have butchered that name again, don't come from my head, but anyways. Oak Harbor should be ramping up here soon. It's 49 miles per hour on the BC side of the Strait of Juan de Fuca, but it's taking its sweet time to really get that westerly surge going. We're just really hoping that the models didn't bust that. It's just really taking its sweet time. Haven't heard anything from up here in Whidbey Island yet about wind. A little breezy at times. I've heard from Jonathan Poley. If you guys follow the Whidbey Island weather page or West Coast Weather on YouTube, been talking to Jonathan Poley up here, and he's been talking about how it's been windy a little bit, but not too much to talk about up there. It's okay. Yeah, we're expecting peak wind gusts between 1 and 2 a.m. on Whidbey Island. So still a while out from seeing that around that area. We're at 94 likes on Facebook. I think we're going to do it tonight. 99 comments as well, so we're easily going to hit 100 comments. See, if 8 people shared the stream, awesome. Thank you guys for sharing. Need 6 more likes on YouTube to hit 100. We have a whopping 34 likes here on YouTube as well. Or Facebook. No, hang on. I had those backwards. It's been a long day. I've been on the stream for a long time, so bear with me here, folks. What I meant to say was we have 94 likes on Facebook, and we have 34 likes on YouTube. We're closing in on 300 views real quick, so a wildly successful stream tonight, too. Pretty windy in Skyway Renton. Thank you for the report. Christine says shared. Thank you, Christine, for sharing the stream. Thanks for hanging out, Anthony says Julie down in Summit. This is the live stream endurance run. Yes. Yeah, let me tell you, I think I'm gonna go pop a cough drop real quick, cause boy, I'm really starting to feel it. All right, lemon cough drop. Here we go. Been a while since I've had one of these. So 240s and 142. So still gusting pretty good on the leeward side of Tacoma here. Wonder if this station lost power. No, it only updates on an hourly basis, so it's going to be a while before that 96 gets wiped off the map there. Yeah, Scott Buchanan says, thanks for covering this. Yeah, gladly. Scattered power outages now showing up as winds top 50 near Shelton. Shannon O'Donnell said that. A lot of people are starting to take notice of those winds picking up. A lot of quick little short-term changes being made in the forecasts around the area. Okay, Adela, as long as we are inside and safe, it should be anything to worry too much about tonight. Going to sleep in Tacoma Parkland. Sorry, I have anxiety. Yeah, you shouldn't have too much to worry about around the area. I think the wind advisory is more out of precaution in case we see some of those big wind gusts here and there, but it's not going to affect the entire zone. So it's going to be very isolated. So it's unlikely to have anything more than 40 miles per hour for some gusts here and there. Like the 40s is showing over Tacoma, but that doesn't usually do any major damage. So Adela, I think you'll be fine tonight. Dan says, boy, I'm not looking forward to work on Tuesday. I'm going to hear all about it. I work in Shelton as a social services director at a large medical facility there. Oh yeah, people are going to be coming to you about, what were those winds? Oh, did you hear about the 54 mile per hour wind gust there at Sanderson Field? You know, I bet it's going to be a fun day at work on Tuesday for you. Sean Curry shows 3 a.m. for wind advisory on the NWS website. Yeah, the advisory was expanded to include Olympia and Shelton and extended until 3 a.m. So anywhere in the black box here, it's in the wind advisory till 3 a.m. So Seattle, Tacoma, Olympia, Shelton, all included in this. Seattle City Light holding steady. Let's pull up TPU as well. I feel like with the winds, we're probably going to start seeing some outages pop up for TPU, Tacoma Public Utilities. Currently for Tacoma Public Utilities, 2 outages affecting 73 people right now. So not too much going on there. One of them's only a 1-person outage also. This one is 72. That's where we got that wind gust of 50 earlier. Started at 9:23. Whoa, PSC's up over 12,000 now. That number just doubled since we last checked it. Have an outage showing up just southwest of Seabag as well. Oh yeah, this outage took all of Newcastle out. See, 3,300 just from that. Newcastle's out of power. Still have Des Moines out of power. Southern and the Maury Island just lost power. There's a big one there for Burley and Bethel. But we covered that one earlier. Rock Point here in Bremerton just lost 1,200 from that. Actually, it says scheduled outage. That didn't show up earlier. That's weird. Very unusual. But yeah, just a few big outages here, including that random scheduled outage here that sent that number skyrocketing up towards, what was it, 12,000? Yeah. 12,387 PSE customers out now. Adela says, thank you, I'll keep watching, catching up on Stranger Things. Small spoonfuls of honey periodically feels great on the sore throat. Yeah, I've noticed that cough drops have just done all I need them to do. Already feeling way better now after this cough drop. Is the main event timing changing? No, it seems to be consistent right now. The wind started a little bit earlier than forecast up in Seattle, but then they started whipping up again at SeaTac earlier. Right? It's going on time so far for parts of the Sound. It may be a little bit delayed up north in Whidbey Island with that westerly surge, but we'll be watching to see when that picks up. Single outage, that would be my luck. Ouch, they're dropping like flies. Yeah, like Sonia said, hit the like, subscribe, ring that bell if you're on YouTube so you can have live stream notifications like this in the future. So there's no surprises. Facebook, 97 likes. We're going to hit 100 before it's all said and done. 36 here on YouTube. Still 29 of you guys watching now. Awesome, awesome. It must be windy where all of you guys are, because usually I only hold around 10 to 15 viewers, especially this late in the night. It usually gets down under 10, so... Yeah, good to have all of you guys here tonight. Welcome. Again, in case you guys are just joining in and you missed it, my name's Anthony. I am the host and founder of Puget Sound Stormwatch, Facebook and YouTube, and other social media sites, including Blue Sky and Patreon. Currently doing some live wind coverage around the area where a wind advisory is in effect until 3 a.m. now for cities like Seattle, Tacoma, and Olympia. Currently looking at power outages around the area and observed wind gusts. So you back up to 45 miles per hour here near Browns Point. And 40 again here in, this is Normandy Park. Just outside of SeaTac there. North End, Tacoma, still windy. Thank you, Gina, for the follow-up. Misty Griffin, what about Olympia? Although you're in the wind advisory area, I don't believe you'll get too much for the Olympia city limits. I'm not seeing much for anything greater than 35 miles per hour tonight. Shame I don't have a way to tell my subs to tune in, but they're all over the world. All good, I completely understand. Hopefully I don't lose power because I'm making meals for future lunches at work. Hardly any wind in Bonnie Lake now, says Lisa Silver. Thank you for your report. It seems like it's just coming in waves, but extremely intermittent waves and not constant. Like slow duration, like... You know, something like that. Wonder why it's 49. Well, that's the westerly surge starting to pick up. It's taken a while though, but it does look like it's starting to pick up here. See, it's not super strong. It's only in the 30 mile per hour range now, but expecting these to gradually pick up. See, I just slide the slider up to 40 miles per hour to get rid of all the junk, as seen here. Really just paying attention to anything 40 and over. Wow, a lot of you guys hopping on YouTube now. Hello, over 30 of you. Wow. All right, good evening, everyone. Anthony here at Puget Sound Stormwatch, covering live wind around the area tonight. Wind gusts expected to peak area-wide between 10 and 1 a.m. 10 p.m. tonight to 1 a.m. Already seeing some strong wind gusts taking power out a lot across parts of the Puget Sound. We're watching all of the public utility sites as well, including PSE. Last update was 12,387. And they fixed 22 customers, so we're down to 12,365. See, widespread power outages all around the Puget Sound, even some up north here. But some cities like Des Moines and Newcastle are completely out of power. Just to highlight a few areas. Parts of Woodinville are out, all of Newcastle, all of Des Moines. A wide stretch of Highway 16 between Burley and Bethel here. And parts of Bainbridge Island also in the dark. You're a real trooper. Doing live stream videos aren't easy given how much talking you have to do, especially when you're doing it for like half a day at a time. Since this, I do consider this to be a full-time job. And I actually quit my full-time job outside of this in order to do this full-time. You know, a bit of a rough transition. Still need a lot of help financially, and we're trying to work our way up. You know, we're working our way up. We're getting there. But sadly enough, I've had more losses than earnings over the last 4 months I've been doing this full time. So still a lot of work to be done. Like I said. Let's zoom in just a little bit here. So see a few sporadic 40s here and there, but not seeing the 50s anymore. So now we're just 2 likes away on Facebook from 100 likes. Still a few of you watching on Facebook, but it looks like most of the audience has made it over to YouTube. 40 likes here on YouTube. Thank you guys for continuing to like. If you haven't already, please subscribe and ring that bell for future live streams like this. With storm season underway, expect more frequent live streams during storm events like this. Bigger gusts now in Buckley, Enumclaw area. Thank you, Kim Leonard, for the report. YouTube doesn't make a lot of money. Yeah, I believe it. Especially since YouTube takes about 30% of your earnings, as far as I know. 101K subs. Wow. I think you're the largest channel by a mile to subscribe to me. So thank you. It's a true privilege. Honestly. Organic Creations here on YouTube. Happy to be here. Show support to the channel. Thank you. Big thumbs up. So, Dan's Backcountry, have you gotten your 100K plaque yet from YouTube? The only reason I'm kind of staying afloat now is because I'm living extremely minimalistic. You know, I'm a single 26-year-old man here in my 1-bed, 1-bath apartment. Just trying to make ends meet. You know, I've saved up a huge savings ahead of time to be able to try this out. And if I have to go back to work, then that's how it's going to be. Not yet, but should be soon. Yeah, well, congratulations for hitting 101K. Huge, huge achievement. I'll definitely check out your content sometime soon. All right, we're now one like away on Facebook from hitting 100 likes. Ooh, 44 here at Tacoma Narrows. Here we go. 44 up a SeaTac as well. 44 a SeaTac, 40 here in the Tide Flats, 45 near Browns Point, 46 again here at Shelton. And 44 now. Biggest gust of the day so far here at Tacoma Narrows. Out of the southwest at 9:53 p.m. This was 5 minutes ago. Sustained winds 24 miles per hour, gust of 44. Just right around on par with what the models are showing for this area. So overall, so far, it's a win for the Tacoma area. Sounds like it's getting pretty rowdy near JBLM. Jesse Mom 22. Yeah, I think it's beginning to start up here for the South Sound right around the time it's showing. It's showing around the 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. time frame down here. So I think the timing's going to be a W for the model runs. Maybe.boo, welcome back. Hello there. Scott Buchanan says, you will do well. Thank you for the kind words, Scott. My dad just said power went out here in Tacoma for 30 seconds. Wind just changed to the north-northwest wind at my place now. Yeah, so that pressure gradient must be coming through the Strait of Georgia now. So we're expecting this westerly surge to start up literally any time. Lights are flickering here in University Place. Dan also says, I do occasionally do live streams, but don't keep them up to prevent the algorithm from pulling away from my long form content. Yeah, this channel overall has morphed into a live stream channel overall. I do occasionally do some short form content and some briefing content. I actually haven't done a briefing in over a month. Just because we've transitioned so much into a live stream commentary channel around here. Even during the slow times, I do live stream usually once a week just to have some weather Q&As with the viewership. You know, just to see what's coming up and mainly just look at fantasy forecasts with everybody for a few hours a week usually. Dan's Backcountry says, whoever's watching, please make a comment to help this gentleman move the algorithm. Yep, he knows what's up. Power is out in North Tacoma. There's my dad, Tony Croyle, everyone, on Facebook. Power is out in North Tacoma. Yeah, I just had a 44 come through there not long ago. 45 up here at Browns Point, so that should show up on the TPU map here real quick. Nope, not yet. Still waiting for TPU to pop up here, but reports of power outages in North Tacoma. Power is out now. You can hear the transformer exploding. Wow. So, just lost power in North Tacoma near Proctor District. Waiting for the TPU site to update. Mine didn't go out in North Tacoma yet. Gina May, are you near the Proctor District or are you closer to Ruston? Do you think the Bonnie Lake area is going to get bad winds? I think we're seeing a lesser likelihood of areas out east getting the winds. It looks like it's more so closer to the Puget Sound like some of us thought. So we may see the strongest winds around the water tonight. I've heard reports of breezes and some strong winds occasionally around Enumclaw, Buckley, and some surrounding areas, but not as often as around the immediate Puget Sound, like shown here. Okay, so you're closer to Ruston, so you're most likely on a different grid. My dad's saying we heard a couple of transformers blow. Yeah, the fuses are popping on them. Contrary to popular belief, when you see those arcs, it's actually the fuses opening up. It's not the actual transformers blowing up. Like, even I thought this for the longest time, but it was debunked, and it says that the fuses are arcing, and that's what causes the explosion and the release of ultraviolet light. That's what looks like the lightning, but it's called a power flash in this case. You're Fred Myers in UP for context. So you're right around Bridgeport then, right? Right around the Bridgeport area, going down into Lakewood. Kirkland lost power at 7:45, says Kirsten Hansen. This is one time I don't want winds. Keeps on switching between northwest and northeast. Yeah, it just doesn't want to make up its mind up there, does it? One of my earliest moments, I was around 6, and I remember looking north and seeing a ton of power flashes. I don't think I've seen any more power flashes than I did during the bomb cyclone last year. Like, even up in my area, Milton here. For reference, I'm right around this area here, Enchanted Village, Edgewood area. And even then, I clocked a 57 mile per hour wind gust out of the east during the bomb cyclone last November. And I just remember relentless amounts of power flashes off to the east. Also, during the East Wind event on Veterans Day 2014, I had a transformer. I'm going to say I had a transformer fuse blow in front of my house across the street. Not once, but twice. And the second time was a long arc that took out the power for over a day and a half. JP Minecrafts, welcome to the stream. A little more consistently breezy in Parkland. I don't know about the gust though. Her and Nam are showing no more than like 44 for me here. Yeah, her and Nam have been bouncing around quite a bit for the model runs, but the European's been remaining pretty consistent. So far, some of these wind gusts are outperforming all of the models though, in terms of timing as well as strength. It's going to be a nowcast situation like it pretty much always is. Want to see if that TPU map is finally updated. It's been a few minutes. Yep, there we go. There's the power outage. Yep, that includes you, Dad. Big power outage right here. It's just west of UPS here, Proctor District area. Yeah, 2063 out with this, reported at 10 o'clock. Haven't sent anyone out yet, so there's your power outage. Pressure's falling fast up in Vancouver Island. It's been a while since we've checked the radar. Let's go check back. It's pretty strong rain still between Oso and Cedro Woolley. But let's go check pressure contours real quick. This is a forecast, but yeah, so the strongest pressure gradient is currently moving through the area, and it should really already be picking up here along the Strait of Juan de Fuca. It's unknown why it's taking so long right now. Pretty tight pressure gradient over the area. This is what's bringing the wind around. See, the tighter these bars are, then the tighter the gradient is. The change in pressure across an area. It's the pressure rise behind the low pressure where the pressure rises back to high pressure. That's where you get the strongest winds. I saw a comment got automatically hidden here on Facebook. Mike Gomez. Yeah, sorry about that. Please don't make any advertisements in the comment section. Thank you. You know, unless you have serious sponsorship inquiries, just please don't. Appreciate it though. Hello, that table dough, wow, from Whidbey Island. How's it going up there right now? You feeling any wind yet up in that area? Let's see, did we just hit 100 here on Facebook? Refreshing here on Facebook real quick. No, still 99 on Facebook. 99 likes. We need one more like to hit 100. Just check the QFF. Remind me again what that acronym stands for. Windy and rainy up in Whidbey Island. Yeah, strongest pressure gradient should be coming through at this time. So we're expecting these winds to pick up if they haven't already. See, we're back up to 46 again here at SeaTac. Big gust here in Enumclaw Buckley area, says Kim Leonard. 41 here, so we're starting to register something over 40 here at Whidbey Nass. Someone said getting windy in Ording now. I guess winds are starting to mix down into the valleys now. Having some fun in the storm chat. Yes, we are. Even at 10 o'clock, we just hit 100 likes on Facebook. Awesome. Thank you guys. Huge, huge achievement. Just past 300 viewers here on YouTube as well. Yeah, we're having a really nice stream tonight. Definitely the best stream since the October 25th. Actually, maybe since November 5th, because November 5th we had a pretty good stream as well when we had that tornado warning in Pacific County. I had stopped the stream right before that, unfortunately. But earlier in the day when we had some passing storms and some wind in the area too. I think this is probably the third most successful stream behind October 25th and November 5th. Look outside. Trees are swaying pretty good in University Place. Wonder what wind speed it would take to blow the barbecue sauce off a McRib. Well, you want to put that theory to test for all of us? Okay, QPF. All right, yeah. QPF makes more sense now. Kind of threw me for a loop there for a second. Wonder why the station isn't updating, unless it just updated in the last 5 minutes and it back up to 44. This is for the Tacoma Narrow station here. Might have just gotten another 44 mile per hour. Nope, it fell off. Never mind. Might have just been a glitch in the site here. Scott Buchanan says, roger that. Jenny D says, good job. Thank you for the kind words. Trees are swaying and pine cones are blowing hard from Summit Waller area. Right in this general vicinity. So yeah, 46 again here at SeaTac. 42 near the Fauntleroy Ferry. 42 Browns Point. 40 in the Tide Flats. That's really about it for the area right now. Starting to hear things picking up here in the south end from lots of reports going around. Appreciate the reports as well, everyone. Thank you for continuing to submit your storm reports. Just picked up a while ago and the branch landed on the roof. Estimate's probably 120 miles per hour because the barbecue sauce would be sticky, but at that point it would be a half mile away. If it was 120 miles per hour through a little tube, 100% it's game on. Scott Buchanan says, looking forward to your Godzilla coverage, but with less satire and hyperbole. Don't worry, we're not calling it Godzilla around here. We're calling it as it is. Atmospheric river. And people don't like that term either, but guess what? That's how it is, and that's how it's going to be. And that's the way it's going to get delivered to you. Expecting to stream every day coming up except for Sunday because of football. So stay tuned for tomorrow's coverage as well. Expecting to have maybe a short live stream tomorrow afternoon since we'll have a little break in the action tomorrow. If it's still windy by the time I wake up tomorrow, definitely consider a morning time live stream. But only time will tell. Past 300 views here on YouTube. Awesome sauce. Thank you guys. 45 likes already. Still 34 of you guys hanging on and it's almost 10:30. Thank you all for coming aboard. Again, in case you missed it, I am Anthony. I am the host and founder of Puget Sound Stormwatch here on YouTube. Also on Facebook if you guys aren't already watching from Facebook. That's Columbus Storm Action, yes. Yeah, we already hit 1,180 subscribers here on YouTube today, with a chance to add some more by the looks of it. Let's check the exact count here real quick. Because my smart clock here only rounds to the nearest 10 subscribers. Says we just hit 1,190. So I should be getting that notification soon. Can we hit 1,200 by tonight? It's possible. So that gust just fell off there, but waiting to see any new updates here around the Puget Sound. We just got a 40 here up in the Black Hills, like right as you start to climb elevation here. 40. So 40 west of Olympia so far. But not seeing much in the Olympia city limits. If you're watching from Olympia, did you feel that gust not long ago? And what was that? 40 again here at Shelton? Bad time for the site to start acting up. There we go. Yeah, 40 again here at Sanderson Field in Shelton. I don't know why, but we have two stations right next to each other here. Maybe if one is off, then the other will act accordingly. But yeah, please let me know if you felt that gust down in West Olympia here. Ashley Getz says, looks like we're going to end up underperforming down here, thank goodness. Yeah, the Nisqually region may have gotten spared, but it's still a little too soon. We still have a few hours of supposed peak wind gusts, so it could ramp up. It's a little too premature right now to say that it's a bust. So we'll just wait and see what happens. Yeah, Dan's Backcountry just asked ChatGPT about blowing off the barbecue sauce. It says 80 to 100 miles per hour according to ChatGPT. That's some elite ball knowledge right there. I'm really surprised how many people are tuning in on YouTube. Usually Facebook takes most of the audience. We're still holding pretty steady here with about 25 to 30 of you. So, thank you for staying tuned in. Looks like we have 35 max at one time. Organic Creations with the celebration. Yeah, so we're only 10 subs away from 1,200 subs here on YouTube, which is massive. Oh, man. Some of the North Sound weather guys are not happy that the westerly surge isn't kicking up yet. Are we getting rummy up in here? No, too soon for that. Way too soon for that. So really, I just have the filter on. If we eliminate the filter, this is what all of the wind gusts look like around the area. 34 here near downtown Olympia. 35 for JBLM. 30 miles per hour down here at Tunn Field in South Hill. 39 and 36 around SeaTac at the moment. And 35 here between North Bend and Snoqualmie, and 33 up at West Point in Seattle. But 44 at Smith Island. I think that's the largest of the day so far down there. Now starting to see some 40 plus here in Victoria as well. So westerly surge is taking its real sweet time. Wouldn't it be amazing if the South Sound overperformed and the North Sound underperformed? That would be the antithesis of the year, in my opinion. Yeah, let's go back up to 40 here and wipe all this out. We're paying attention to the big gusts here, not all of them. Truth be told, I'm having you mainly play in the background as I prep meals, occasionally chiming in to push the algorithm. Thank you, Dan's Backcountry, for your support again. Really means a lot. Let's check some power outages while we're passing the time. Last update was 12,365, and we're down about 3,000. So PSC, once again, doing their dividends around the area. Really putting in the work to help fix a lot of these areas. Looks like they brought Newcastle back up, but now there's a new outage. Unless this is the outage before that was shrunk down the Coal Creek. And Des Moines back in, but at the expense of losing Normandy Park. Just west of Seattle-Tacoma Airport here. So we got Des Moines back, but then we lost this area of Normandy Park and Burien. Now, pretty big outage here affecting southern Vashon Island. New outage here near Lake Fenwick as well. Yep, Lake Fenwick Park. Right before you go down the hill. They're on West Hill. So we brought a lot of areas back at the expense of losing a few more. The last number was what, 9,300 something? 9,602. We're going to keep that number up till the next refresh. Seattle City Light is down to 7,207. Still without power here on Alki, though. From that big, what was it, 48 mile per hour gust earlier. And then let's check TPU. 2137 was the last number. And we're up 5. So another little small outage somewhere around here. But yeah, that big one here in North End Tacoma that currently has my dad's house out of power. Have an Easy Pro weather station. So these weather guys have a lot of personalities, I tell you. Up and down, windy in Shelton right now. A few hours ago on your stream, nothing, then bammo. Bit windy out in the Graham area now. Feel like Dorothy, no power since 5 o'clock on Mercer Island. We're about to hit 50 likes here on YouTube as well. See, no new updates from the NWS, so it looks like they'll allow this alert to expire by 3 a.m. around the area, if all goes as planned. Again, in case you had questions on where this wind advisory is in effect for, anywhere in the black boxes here, you are in the wind advisory till 3 a.m. Seattle city limits, Tacoma area, Federal Way, Kent, Renton, SeaTac, Olympia, Yelm, Nisqually, Tumwater, Lacey, Shelton, Allen, Grapeview, Key Peninsula, Anderson Island, McNeil Island, Fox Island, Vashon Island, Gig Harbor. You guys are all in the wind advisory until 3 a.m. Thank you for this update. Pretty blustery in Milton area. I haven't even looked out the window in forever. But let alone, I can't see anything out the window right now. Way too dark. What about Shelton? Yeah, you had that big 54-mile-per-hour gust earlier, and that's the only reason why this was even expanded into this area. It's because of that 154-mile-per-hour gust, and since then, a few 40s. See, 45, the most recent one, but still not as large as that 54 you had earlier. Looks like your area is hoarding all the fun, ETG Vortex. See. Quite a bit of rain staying north of Everett right now. That convergence zone has really kind of fallen apart and moved off into the foothills, but quite a bit of rain here moving in from the north. It's moving off to the east, so it's kind of just sliding across the northern part of western Washington right now. I think Stevens Pass is still raining too, but that winter storm warning for Stevens Pass is in effect until 10 p.m. tomorrow night. So it's still a long time for them to get upwards of 10 inches of snow like they're saying. I think they even bumped it up to a foot of snow for Stevens Pass. Just asking, okay, because my coworker's girl is down there. Okay. Yeah, pretty blustery in Shelton earlier, but things have started to calm down a little bit. Getting windy again with that recent gust of 45 miles per hour, but not anything terribly major at the moment. We may be in one of those brief little pauses again between winds. Fixed 30 customers, so we're down to 9,572 here on the PSC map. So we also have a new outage down here in Grand Mound as well. So this is a previous outage affecting parts of the Centralia area between Bucota and Centralia, just off of Highway 507. Few little one-dot power outages here and there. Power outage affecting Greenwater. This was originally down here, but it looks like most of the area is now out of power here in Greenwater. So yeah, they expanded that power outage west. Includes Federation Forest State Park now. Power outages south end of Maury Island and Vashon Island, and this huge power outage covering Burley along Highway 16 into the Bethel area, so probably no lights along Highway 16 right now. That's gotta be a treacherous drive. This is supposedly a controlled power outage here. A planned one, which I found kind of weird. I think that may be a glitch. Parts of Bainbridge Island out of power. Parts of Mercer Island out of power. Coal Creek is out of power. Small little area between Burien and Normandy Park is out of power, but Des Moines was restored. Newcastle was out of power, but it is restored. A few foothill spots here also without power. Woodinville area is still without power. Southern Lake Sammamish also power outages. A few of them here and there also. This one was an accident though, so this was not wind related here in Cedro-Woolley. Still, some parts of Fidalgo Island also out of power too. And then one in the Glacier area, but it looks like they're actively working on that. Seattle City Light's been getting a good handle on those power outages, but they actually just increased by 2. So we probably just had 2 really small outages impacting a customer apiece. And TPU from 2142 to 2142. No new changes here. It's this wide area in this power outage here in North End, Tacoma. This is from just east of Pearl Street over to UPS. And from just north of 12th Street up towards 26th here. Roughly. Dan's Backcountry, have a great night. Thank you for tuning in. Really appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Winds have died down here in Seebeck, at least for now, Lindsay. You're in Lacey, Olympia area. Okay. Yeah, not seeing too much down there at the moment, but there's still time for that to change. We're currently in the period of when we're expecting peak wind gusts, but it's going to be a few hours before things really start to calm down around the area, if they even get up to that level. There's the notification, plus 10 subscribers, so we're now at 1.19K on the clock. Thank you guys again. We've already gained around 20 subs since the stream started. We just hit 50 likes here on YouTube as well. Thank you guys for that. See, quite a number of new Facebook followers coming in. Let's see, what value are we at on there? At 32,686. So, good chance we hit 32.7K sometime tomorrow, I would hope. Still 23 of you guys hanging around. Thank you for staying tuned in to this live windstorm, not windstorm, but wind coverage. Been going for over 4 hours for the second one as well. So in total, we've been streaming for 10 hours today. Incredible, am I right? Picking up again over here in the Strait, but not as high as models were showing before. I know a lot of people up in this area are going to be disappointed if we don't see at least a decent blow tonight. Deb Steele, topping off the phone charge and then going to go listen to the heavy wind chimes from the warmth of my bed. All right, Deb, thank you for tuning in again. You know where to find me for the next live stream. Hopefully, no one else loses power tonight. There's a few new 40s. Back up to 44 here again at Tacoma Narrows and 43 at SeaTac. So another big wind gust coming through the narrow strait right now. Ashley Getz, my poor husband drove home from Auburn. Apparently it was awful up there. Yeah, judging by the people saying they heard trees coming down in Bellevue, a very little isolated area of Bellevue, I wouldn't be surprised to hear some considerable damage reports in extremely small isolated areas tonight. Yeah, 45 again, but this is 1,170 feet above sea level. This is an exposed ridge, so I'm not really hyped about what that number is showing there. But back up to 46 here near Browns Point, right on the ridge there, overlooking Browns Point. It's a few hundred feet. It's at 446 feet above sea level, compared to the near sea level down here at Browns Point. These are at sea level down here. So wind's doing a good job working their ways down towards the surface. Currently, 44 again here at Tacoma Narrows. That ties the record high on the night. SeaTac's max is 49 miles per hour, and this area's max is 50. Just got a 43 as well here in North Bend. This station is backwards. It's been reporting out of the east-northeast, while the station right next to it is west-southwest. So I'm not 100% trusting that value right there. But yeah, starting to see another round of wind gusts popping up here around the sound. Not terrible, but definitely enough to cause some power outages here and there. PSC is up a few, so we're at 9,629 now. Again, looking at Seattle City Light. Just restored. Yep. Booyah. They just restored Alki in West Seattle. So a big outage taken off the map there. They also restored a good part of Bryn Mawr Skyway as well. So now really just this big power outage here, and that fixes most of Seattle City Light's issues. Gusts 42 miles per hour in Port Angeles, Washington. Thank you, Michaela Pingley. And power is out. Sorry to hear that. So they're getting something in the Port Angeles area, but still waiting on Whidbey. Saw another new sub hop in. Thank you for subscribing, whoever you just were. Unfortunately, your name is unknown. Oh, that popped up on the wrong screen. Anyways, yeah, we just have a couple of smaller outages here in Bryn Mawr Skyway, and then that's about it for Seattle City Light for right now. Yeah, you're welcome. Check TPU real quick. Holding on steady, TPU is. Still pending. Looks like they assigned a crew, luckily. So they're going to be looking at the damage here in this area very shortly. So hopefully it shouldn't be out through the night if all goes well. Any info for Enumclaw? I'm hearing quite a few reports of some windy gusts down there, but not seeing anything register over 40 right now here on the map. I have this filtered out so that it only shows stations that report wind gusts of 40 miles per hour or greater. Not seeing that so far in Enumclaw, but I am hearing various reports of pretty breezy winds down here, including this 30 mile per hour gust in the Osceola area. Is that breezy in Anacortes from the west? That's better for us than the southeast. Only breezy. What's the info for Port Angeles? Port Angeles area only showing between 30 and 35 miles per hour, but a max here of 40 so far. Of course, this could be based on installation error as well. So not 100% certain if all of these stations were installed correctly. That could be showing some biases. Even seeing 35 down there in index too. Which is funny because they're sheltered from the west-southwest. Must be seeing some good winds mixed down over the hills down into the valleys here. Tacoma Narrow still gusting in the 40 mile per hour range right now. Consistently. Caitlin Haney says, super windy in Federal Way. Thank you for your report. Summer G says, thank you for answering. And Michaela Pingley says, yeah, it changes. I'm on a hill. Yeah, your westerly surge is expected to peak between 1 and 2 a.m. tonight. But so far, models are severely underdoing it for your region. Or overdoing it. They're severely overdoing it. The event is underdoing it. According to Radar Omega, over 28,000 without power in Washington State. I closed that darn tab, didn't I? Yeah. So let's load up the power outage site again. What's the first thing you see that sticks out? Washington State is lit up. We're starting to see some numbers here as we're getting up towards the 10% contour in some of these areas. Or never mind that. More like 5%. 5% is more of a darker blue than that. Pierce County just shy of 10,000. King County is around 6,700. Whoop, my UPS just flickered. That's a test to see if the connection maintains itself for my router, which is also on a new UPS. So this guy must have gotten a pretty nice wind gust here in Milton. And we very rarely lose power, knock on wood. But hopefully you guys are still with me after that. Didn't even see the lights flicker. That's how good the UPS is. Oop. When my alarm clocks is going off. That shouldn't happen. Yep, trees are whipping around good outside. They are whipping really good. Get any SLCs today? Remind me what that acronym is again? Lights flickered for me in Federal Way. Coovey. Hello, welcome to the stream. Got like 5 where I had to double take if it was a tornado. Yeah, it just seems very isolated in nature right now. Mason County has 1530 out right now, and they have their own local PUD. So 1,530 out in Mason County. Peninsula Light Company has some out in Kitsap, but 3,970 out from Puget Sound Energy in Kitsap County. And then a huge hybrid here. 7,448 out for Peninsula Light Company, 2,144 out for TPU, and 300 for PSC here in Pierce. Then at King County, 96 for Tanner Electric Co-op up in the foothills. 2,399 for Seattle City Light and 4,198 for PSC. Even starting to see some Snohomish pile up too. 113 from Snow PUD. Oh, scary looking clouds. It's simple. Yeah, actually, I recorded a reel and posted it to Facebook today. If you have Facebook, just a reel of the clouds passing really low. And then if you look to the north, it's literally pink. Like bright pink clouds. And it was for a short while before the sun set. Jansen Olson, my weather station on top of my 2-story house in Svanaway says peak gust in the last hour is 18 with about 5 to 10 miles per hour sustained. Yeah, we're going to see the return of the microclimates here tonight. So some areas are going to get something, some are going to get nothing. It's just, that's how it is. Back up to 30 viewers again. So people must have just lost power and are just like, hey, let's go tune in to Puget Sound Stormwatch. See what this guy Antonio's talking about. So again, 43 here in Normandy Park. That's about the only update that we have. Gig Harbor has big gusts. Thank you for your report. Just heard a nice boom outside. Don't know if that was a car door or something falling down outside. Don't have Facebook, but the exact thing happened to me. Yeah, that's why I'm simulcasting to both of you guys right now, to get to as many people as possible. Also trying to build watch hours here on YouTube, or trying to have monetization features enabled by the new year to sort of help with budget costs around here. Even if YouTube takes about 30% of the cut for all earnings. Still better than just having one or two different streams of income and just not doing much with it. You know, I'm a man of redundancy, so I like to have backups on backups. Someone just said wind is finally picking up in Oak Harbor. Excuse me if I say your name wrong, but Jahan Vasquez Gomez says, thank you for doing this. Thank you for tuning in. Wouldn't be able to do this without all of you guys viewing right now. So he just said, driving across the Narrows was breezy. Solid amount of branches down in Gig Harbor. Wonder if we'll see any significant wind damage tomorrow. So yeah, so far the new UPS setup, the battery setup for the setup and the router survived a single power flicker. But will we have a long enough power outage to test it, knock on wood? I guess you guys will find out if I just drop out suddenly. It's just because the setup didn't work. But so far, holding up pretty well with the City of Milton power grid, where we don't lose power a lot. I can only remember a few times in the last few years where this City of Milton has lost power. Jahan Vasquez Gomez, how can we support your channel? Well, glad you asked. The best way you guys can support me is through this site called Ko-fi.com or Ko-fi.com. I'll leave the link down in the comments for you guys. Yeah, this would be the best way by donating in the form of coffees or $5 increments. You can also set it up to donate monthly as well if you want to. Thank you for 138 coffees donated by 47 different supporters. Here's the leaderboard in case you guys are interested. Yeah, this would be the best way to support. Again, in case you guys missed it, here's that wind advisory in effect for Olympia, Shelton, Tacoma, and Seattle, in effect until 3 a.m. Chimes, again, are rocking and rolling every so once in a while still here in Olympia. Let's go see if that PSC number has changed. Or TPU, excuse me. Nope, unchanged. The big outage in Tacoma and a few small outages here and there. Seattle City Light. They fixed one customer since the last update. And then PSC, 9,629 was the last number. They fixed one customer, 9,628. $46 again down here by the tide flats. That is a new record on the day. Well, 46 out of the southwest here along the Port of Tacoma. And 44 here at Normandy Park. I believe that ties the record on the day. 41 here near Browns Point. 43 at Sanderson Field. And blustery at times, but not impressive here for Woodby and Skagit counties. Still 40 right at the 536 and 20 interchange near Mount Vernon. So 40-mile-per-hour gusts working their way into Skagit County right now. Puyallup, thank you. Yeah, not seeing any breezy conditions in Puyallup right now. Although the station coverage is very minimal. So we probably wouldn't see it on this site if the breeze kicks up. Hey, 36 has SeaTac here too. But we're just going to keep it at 40-mile-per-hour gusts and above to really rat out some of these outliers here. And keep all the junk off the page. So a tweet from Peninsula Light Company, 9:40 p.m. an hour ago. Strong wind gusts causing widespread outages. Crews assembling and responding. Dispatch working outage map and will be evaluating rerouting options as available. Thank you for your patience in advance. Certainly didn't expect this many power outages, at least so far in the day. It's still probably a long night to go for some of us too. So, yeah, the forecast for Puyallup doesn't look too terrible. Not expecting majorly strong wind gusts that far inland. And you're down in the valley too, which kind of helps shelter you. Don't get me wrong, it'll get breezy tonight, but we're not expecting anything huge. Should be a relatively run-of-the-mill wind event for you down in Puyallup. Very gusty in Olympia. Sounds like rocks getting thrown on my roof, but it's Douglas fir cones. Another comment I just received. We are 8 subscribers away from 1,200 on YouTube. Thank you for the donation, Lavon, or Lavone, of 2 coffees. Really appreciate that. Yeah, huge shout out to you. Thank you so much for that donation. For the first time since 2010, all of Western Washington is under a flood watch. At least 2 rivers are expected to reach major flood stage. Courtesy of a weather anchor from King 5. We're closing in on 400 views real quick here on YouTube. We're at 106 reactions on Facebook. Still 6 of you guys, nope, 7 now. 7 of you guys hanging out with us on Facebook. Appreciate your vigilance. Almost 11 o'clock at night and all of you guys are still hanging around. When it snows, your channel will explode, says Scott Buchanan. I think we need a much larger gale to come through to really explode, or a big thunderstorm event. You know, this channel really started to take off back in March when we had the thunderstorm event. But it didn't really escalate big time into over 1,000 subs until October 25th, that windstorm that came through. My audience more than doubled that night in just a few hours. It was crazy seeing how quickly the sub counter was going up. It was just coming in chunks. All right, day 4, day 5, slight risks of flash flooding in the area. Yeah, in case you guys missed it here. These are going to be updated. This is the most up-to-date one down here. I'm just waiting for this to change over. Day 5 has the Seattle area and a slight risk, a 15% chance of seeing flash flooding within 25 miles of a point. The green contour is 5%, so a lesser chance. Anyone in the yellow, expect areas of flooding from times through Wednesday morning into Thursday morning. This is likely the biggest system of all of them to come through. Just a little update there from the Weather Prediction Center based in Maryland. Looks like Kitsap's going up. Yeah, 85 out for Peninsula Light Company here in Kitsap now. So holding steady for TPU. Grinch blow mold down in Maple Valley. Rest in peace, Grinch. We're down to 1,295 for Seattle City Light. Just got to take care of this outage here and you're pretty much in business. And PSC fixed another additional outage, so they're now down to 9,627. I see. I think people are starting to get tired because we just dipped below 20 viewers for the first time in almost an hour and a half. Yeah, are you guys tired? I know I'm tired, but we're going to keep going along. I was going to keep pushing through. 48 now. New record here at Tacoma Narrows. 48 miles per hour just recorded. This was at 10:53, 6 minutes ago. Winds 23 miles per hour out of the southwest, gusting to 48 here at Tacoma Narrows. That is a new record on the day. This is where I'm expecting to see some of the strongest winds tonight, is through the narrow strait. The wind tunnel effect. So watch out, areas of Ruston and Point Defiance could be getting the tail end of this tonight. Does it mean the wind risk might be gone for Ladysmith? I hope so. At least initially, it looks like it, yes. We did just... Ooh, there's a new record. 48 miles per hour at Whidbey NAS Naval Air Station. So finally getting some good gusts up here. It only took long enough. So yeah, both Tacoma Narrows and Whidbey Naval Air Station just hit 48 miles per hour. 40 also at Westport. Exhausted but too nervous about when to sleep. Yeah, not seeing any indications of strong wind right now in the Olympia area. At least down in Yelm. Olympia, I hear reports from time to time of people saying they're hearing pine cones hit their roofs. Wow, the postcard from 1940 of Gallup and Gertie today. That is awesome. The 51 mile per hour gust between Victoria and Port Angeles. Yeah, this has been holding steady, so I wonder, this either updates hourly or might have gone down. It updates hourly, so waiting for the 11 p.m. update here shortly. 45 here outside of Victoria. And 45 again down here in the tide flats as well. Yeah, very cool, Scott. Very cool. Few more people jumping on Facebook here. If you haven't already seen, this is Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch, live streaming both to Facebook and YouTube at this time. Had a few decent gusts come through, Roy, but nothing to make my boots shake too bad. Mostly just throwing around pine cones and the toddler toys in the yard I've told my son to pick up 6 times this week. Well, now he'll learn, right? He'll learn that Mother Nature is no force to be reckoned with. Things that collapse fascinate me. Ha ha ha. Guys, I'm going to go refill my water real quick. I'll be right back. But I'm going to keep the wind map up here for now. All right, I'm back. How many of you are still with us? Quite a bit. We're back up over 20 again. Nick Gimmer says, I'm at SeaTac and it's whipping good. Right on time with the forecast. So many power outages, says Green Eyed Breeze. They're saying gusts of 31 kilometers tonight for Ladysmith and tomorrow morning. If there's anyone to trust, it's Environment Canada. So only the 45 remains here. So wind gusts have dropped off temporarily around the area. Windy in Bonnie Lake. This one just gave me the buzz. I get caught up on my water drinking because I have been doing a poor job during this stream. Scott Buchanan's mom drove across it on opening day. Fun fact. We're about 12 views away from 400 here on YouTube and at 55 likes. Impressive. A few more people jumping aboard the follower train as well. Guess let's go check some river flood updates as well. See if the site's been updated. Not seeing any major updates initially. A lot of moderate floods expected. Some action stage here and there. So a few of these are up to action stage, but that does not mean flooding. Anything with the colored box means the forecast. The colored circle is current. So orange is minor, yellow is action, red is moderate, purple is major. That's what this site is showing right now. Looks like we added a few hundred power outages since the last update. But where? Looks like Federal Way's got some power outages now. And here near Pierce College, it's a little bit north of Pierce College here over Wildwood Park near Good Sam. Power outage affecting that area as well. Yeah, that's about it for all the changes. Radar in the middle of the night showing the main part of the storm over Vancouver, BC overnight. Are you talking about the simulated radar, like according to models? So yeah, current look at some power outages around the area. Definitely becoming more sporadic. But TPU's holding in there pretty good. Still waiting on this big power outage here in Tacoma to be resolved. About a little over 4% of Mason County is out of power. About 3% of Kitsap County and about 3% of Pierce County. And a fraction of a percent for everywhere else. 1% of Skagit, though. This site is poweroutage.us if you guys want to look at it. Really nice information being portrayed in here. Okay, so this hourly update got bumped up to 52 here on the BC side of the Strait of Juan de Fuca. So just 1 mile per hour greater. And this only updates hourly. So again, another 86 down here. 86 miles per hour over the mountains right now. This is right around this is just south of White Pass, where Lewis County meets Yakima County. Oh, no, the clouds and the rain part. Yeah, it's amazing. Even on visible satellite, you can still see the plume of moisture in the midst of night. But this is going to be moving our way starting Monday. So get ready for the air to feel like the Philippines, as this plume of moisture is going to extend all the way from the Philippines up here to the Pacific Northwest beginning Monday. All right, Kuvi says, going to try to go to sleep now. Have a great night. Thanks for keeping things going. Thank you for tuning in, Kuvi, and we'll see you around for the next one if you're there. Yeah, a couple people starting to jump off, just shy of 400 views on YouTube. 55 likes. Thank you guys for keeping it going. Still a few of you hanging out on Facebook. I think once more people start to jump off, we're probably going to wrap things up for the night. But we still have a number of you here, so we're going to hang on a little longer. Just need 4 views to get the 400 here on YouTube. Good to see a lot of you guys still hanging in there. $51. Is that a new high? Or is that a tie? I rhymed there. No, looks like 51 is a new record on the day. You hit 48 miles per hour at 10:53, but as of 11 o'clock, hit 51 at the Tacoma Narrows here. So really strong gusts being funneled through the narrow strait right now. All right, is anyone here watching around the Tacoma Narrows? Did you feel that wind gust? Go ahead and let me know if you did. If not, is it windy where you are watching from right now? Go ahead and let me know where you're watching from and if it's windy outside right now. One of the gusts that just hit took down a ton of branches from Whidbey Island. Sort of a late onset event up there north of us. But going quite well down here in the South Sound right now, just not making its way into Olympia. Bow Hill, we are in eastern central Washington. Appreciate you and your channel. You're doing a great job. Keep us updated always. Yeah, I don't primarily cover eastern Washington, so sorry for the lack of updates over there. Have you checked out the Washington Weather Chasers channel here on YouTube or on Facebook? It's run by Benjamin Yurkovich. Really great guy. Just put the atmospheric river for BC to category 2. Yeah, let's go check out that site real quick. Still have that open as well. See if they made any significant changes to the forecast here. So we started on the GFS control, shifting the atmospheric river category 5 forecast down towards northern Oregon now. They actually only have, this is just for the control run of the GEFS model. They have most of the Washington coast downgraded to a category 3. So if we go to the ensemble, still have category 4 conditions for the southern Washington and most of the Oregon coast. Then the European control. European control still has southern Washington at a category 5 atmospheric river over the next 7 days. Pretty calm here, bit of a breeze, but nothing crazy. Thank you, Ashley, again for checking in. And the ensemble run has the entire Washington coast under category 4 atmospheric river conditions over the next week. So yeah, extremely high-end atmospheric river conditions expected for the South Washington and North Oregon coasts. Look at that, just hit 400 views here on YouTube. Awesome sauce. Thank you guys. Scott says, calm, I've reviewed all the fast food. The McRib would be the most wind resistant. Subway footlong disqualified for high lift coefficient on the upper bun. A man of science, I see. So yeah, between category 4 and category 5 atmospheric river conditions expected coming up over the next week. Yeah, no new changes there. PSE just jumped up 3,000 plus since the last update. Big power outage up here in Bow now. Also have a huge power outage here west of Olympia, taking out quite a bit of area there. And just a bunch of small power outages here and there, but they're starting to pile up pretty good now. PSC had a good hold on it, and they just gave up 3,000 more power outages since the last update. Seattle City Light fixed the last of the huge outages. Now it's just sporadic small outages, so they're under 400 now for Seattle City Light. Looks like Tacoma Public Utilities added 8 since the last number of 2145. So new power outage down here for a small little area near DeLong Elementary School. Still 2153 customers affected. See, Thurston County showing up lit up now. Thurston County is over 3% out with that new outage. Sometimes the winds up towards Bellingham avoid the island would it happen. Yeah, starting to see some counties highlighted close to 5% here in the South Sound. Power outages beginning to pile up. 44 again near Browns Point up on the hill. 46 at the tide flats still. Lummi Island Ferry in a storm is frightening. I'd imagine any ferry in a storm is frightening. Just waiting for some updates here. Looks like Dungeness Spit is up to 40 miles per hour. Right up here. That's a new record on the day. It's 42 miles per hour by the Highway 536 and 20 interchange. That is a new record on the day. Still coming down pretty good up there in the North Sound. Switch this over to precip real quick. These are 1 hour precip amounts. And notice some spots over a 1/4 inch in the last hour. But quite a few areas reporting at least a trace of rain up here in western Whatcom, western Skagit counties. Even some traces down here in Snohomish, but up in the foothills. Up in the foothills, you notice my winds in Ladysmith just turned down to the southwest. Bouncing around quite a bit there over the strait, aren't they? Yeah, right now, heaviest precip is falling over the hills of Skagit County, where gotten over a 1/4 inch up there with the heaviest rain in the last hour. Julie says, just had a gust 10 minutes ago that rattled the front and back doors. That's going to continue for the next few hours if the models are correct. So hang on and hunker down. Still quite a long night to go around the area. JP Minecrafts. Are you talking about where that comment was from, Julie's? She's down in the Summit Waller area in Puyallup. And Mark says close to the strait but higher up. Yeah, I'm checking out Dan's Backcountry channel, and he's got some really nice productions here. Really like his format that he's following. Most popular video has 127,000 views. Selena Birch, super windy here in Frederickson area. My chairs and Christmas lights fell down on the patio. Oh, I am very sorry to hear that. But think of this as the inaugural test for your Christmas lights this season. Because still breezy conditions likely coming up over the next week as well. But the big story is going to be rain and river flooding. Could see some breezy periods coming up over the next few days as well. So just a heads up on that. Best days right now look like Monday and Wednesday for potential winds. Not sure if they'll be as strong as today. I think tonight and tomorrow morning's probably going to be the strongest of this next week's series of events around here. Ooh, look at that. 49 miles per hour here in Snoqualmie. Let me just make sure this one isn't reading it backwards. Nope, it's reading it correct. South-southwest. Gusts of 49. Right by Snoqualmie Elementary and the golf course. That's huge for that area. For a southwest wind, especially when you have the Rattlesnake Mountain blocking you to the southwest. It's supposed to be fairly windy all week. At times, we'll have breaks in between. So not expecting it to be as windy tomorrow and Sunday. During the morning time tomorrow, it'll be quite breezy around the area, but nothing close to damaging. But we'll have some locally stronger winds on Monday and Wednesday as well. But then again, not looking to be as strong as tonight's. At least initially. But there is still time for that to change. And you know where to find the updates once they come out. $108 likes here on Facebook, still coming in even at almost 11:30 at night. Honestly, who would want to stay up this late to watch a guy talking about the wind? Hey, if you guys want to, more power to you guys. Is this wind due to all the rain we're supposed to be getting? So there's just going to be some embedded systems that come in with the atmospheric river. Just like tonight, it's just dragging a system along the north side of the atmospheric river. We have a localized pressure gradient, which is a difference in pressure across a small area. And that coming through western Washington here, moving over the area, is what's kicking up the winds. But you notice we had, for the most part around the area, we had a break in the rain today, but winds in its place. The only worry I have for the beginning and middle of next week is going to be super saturated soils combined with the wind. The soils had a lot of time to breathe, for lack of better wording, today before the winds. So therefore, any severe damage has been mitigated. But the same may not be able to be said later on in the week, next week, where we'll have super saturated soils all around, which could allow those tree roots to really wiggle out much easier. And could uproot trees as much easier with lesser wind gusts. But I'm not seeing any indications right now that the wind gusts will be that strong the rest of the week next week. But I will be sure to watch out for any erratic changes in the forecast over the coming days. $43 again out here at Tacoma Narrows. I'll still got, look at that. 95 here at White Pass. That is just 1 mile per hour shy of the record 96 here recorded at Chinook Pass earlier. 95. Imagine taking that head on. Just worried about King Kong coming in. Well, then, perfect. You led right into that one. I was going to say send Godzilla that way, but then I realized, oh yeah, that's exactly what you wanted me to say. Almost fooled me there. Can't remember the last time I've had this many tabs open for a briefing or for a live stream. Pardon me. You know what? I just realized, yeah, we have all the new model runs in now. Does this show any erratic changes in the... It still has the atmospheric river track bouncing around quite a bit. which would effectively spare us from a lot of major flooding, but would still give us rounds of moderate to possibly major flooding around the area. Watching out for Friday too, but the signal doesn't look as good for Friday now. Looking like it wants to send the atmospheric river farther north towards Vancouver Island. But this is probably what they're watching going into the following week too. Potential for yet another strong atmospheric river event Sunday into Monday. See, it just slams us with moisture, like relentless. Very, very little breaks between the events. It has some areas along the coast getting moisture for over 12 hours at a time. And then we finally get a break from some of this moisture. But yeah, you notice the track bounces a little bit. If this were to stay over Western Washington, we'd be talking like worst case scenario flooding for some of these rivers. But it bounces around, it flutters between Washington and Oregon. So that may actually give our rivers some time to breathe later on next week. Which would be good news. And we'll look at the winds again after this. But so showing that strong atmospheric river event Monday, drifting down into Oregon, and then next one on Wednesday, also drifting down into Oregon. And then not looking like we'll have anything crazy on Friday anymore. So big back trend on that solution. Then after this, it becomes fair game, as in like what happens. Like imagine this. I could bring, if this track, if this coincides with any Arctic air up here, this would bring some snow for some of the northern ends. But extremely low confidence. Like, forget I even mentioned the S word. See, shows it breezy around the area Sunday afternoon. We could see some blustery winds around the sound, but nothing too major. More so, a little more concern for what it's showing for Monday, though. Still showing a pretty good signal for some strong winds around some of this area with Monday's system. And the ground's going to be extremely wet around this time, too. So we could see some trees much more easily uprooted during these times. This is areas of Tacoma once again getting up towards 45 miles per hour between 4 and 10 p.m. on Monday. Then it looks like Wednesday it backs off quite a bit, so that's good news. Outside of that, just seeing breezy conditions after that, so we may only have to keep an eye on Monday. But we'll be watching the track of Wednesday closely for changes as well. So not completely out of the woods, but a good sign if you don't want relentless amounts of rain and wind. Now, this is where it starts to get crazy. How much precip is it going to show over the next 15 days? That much. This is up over 1.5 feet of total precipitation in some areas of the mountains. Even over the rain shadow area, almost 4 inches over the next 15-day period. This is a huge if, but models have been consistently showing just a dumping of rainfall over much of Western Washington over the next 2 weeks. They still continue to show this. They're just not giving up, are they? 6Z HERS rendering. I wonder what this shows for winds overnight. This is showing some areas close to 50 here in the Tacoma area, but we're already past this time, so now we're looking into the future here. So it shows winds really dropping off by 6 a.m. tomorrow around the area. See, it's still showing the signal for some really strong winds here over the Salish Sea, but not until 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. So this would have already passed. Yeah, 46 here at the tide flats. That ties the record so far tonight. Let's investigate a little bit. 420 views. What a number that is. Still 8 of you viewing on Facebook. You night owls. You have 11 shares on the stream on Facebook. Cool beans. So 32 here at SeaTac. .52 is now the strongest gust of the day at Smith Island. Still reporting 48 here at Whidbey. For some reason, it's only updating on an hourly basis now, which is unusual. Could have sworn it updated more frequently than that. Yeah, 39 Tacoma Narrows. All right, if you're still watching the stream at this time of night, go ahead and let me know where you're watching from and if it's windy where you are right now. Are you feeling the wind at all where you are right now? Mr. Tyler Anderson, Tumwater, and it's windy. Sonia is still here with me as well, watching from Everett, no wind. Yeah, that wind shadow is taking over Everett right now. Very little wind around Everett because of that Olympic wind shadow being casted on you. Pretty fascinating, isn't it? Okay, Ghost 25, welcome in. Capitol Hill, Pioneer Square have been blustery. And Everett, Scott Buchanan, 5 miles per hour and dry. Right. Lewis or Luis? McKenna, Roy, and very windy. No, there's someone watching from the Roy area earlier that was pretty worried about the wind. Wonder if they're still on here or if they finally took off for the night. But good to see a lot of you guys still hanging out here with me at this time. Seeing a slight little lull in the wind activity here in the South Sound right now. Again, we're only looking at wind gusts over 40 miles per hour. So this eliminates all of the junk below that. Oh, Ashley Get's still here. Well, thank you for tagging along. Have you noticed the wind gusts increase or decrease much at all since your last update? Looks like PSC just fixed 3,000 of those outages, so it must have just been one really isolated outage that they just repaired. You're back down to just above 10,000. Seattle City Light went up a couple hundred. No, they went up a little over 100. So looks like they just got a pretty big outage up here. Not estimated to be restored until 9:37 a.m. Haven't heard anything. Pretty dark out, so I can't really see anything. My dogs went off a few times, though. It's like Tacoma PUD is down to 2,093, but they're still trying to fix that big outage in North End Tacoma right now. I'm usually on your YouTube channel as Hobby Farmer. Live in wall tents, not homeless, and wins are life and death for us. Jay Fields, Tacoma, 6th and Stevens, no power. 2,000 plus customers. We're getting pounded by gusts. Trees are singing. Yeah, my dad actually tuned in earlier. He's off of Proctor Street, near 6th and Proctor. And he was telling me about how he saw power flashes in the distance and heard transformers arcing. So his power's out currently at the moment in that polygon right here. Yeah, it looks like currently a break in the strong winds over the Puget Sound at the moment. Doesn't mean we're done with it, though. Just like that, we're back up over 20 viewers. You guys are some serious night owls, aren't you? It's like 113 reactions here on Facebook now. Still 5 of you guys hanging out with me. 149 comments, 11 shares, no clips. All right. Other than the wind, how's everyone doing tonight so far? Yes, like Sonia said, welcome in everyone. Glad to have you all tonight. Even if we're just watching wind gusts as they tally up and talking about the wind. Seems to be pretty interesting for most of you. Glad to have you guys all in here with me again. Just make sure I have all selected so I don't miss out on anything. Just sucks. These stations are updating extremely infrequently up here, Whidbey Island. Yeah, Jay Fields is in the dark, so Jay could be better. Jay could be much better. refresh some Facebook comments. So many notifications that they're all getting lost. An hour ago, lots of power out, Bellevue to Redmond. Missed that one by a mile. Scott Buchanan drops a banger. Okay, here it is. Do we get a white Christmas? Almost certainly no. If you're anywhere here in the Puget Sound, the chances are slim to none. Unless it's 2008 or 2017. Otherwise, poor conditions. Yeah, anything over 40 miles per hour temporarily stopped here in the Puget Sound. A sign of things to come, or just a break in the pattern for now? You can count on McRib. You can count on the McRib to hold on to the barbecue sauce in the event of strong winds. Still gusty out as we reach 11:45 p.m. Here's a look at some peak gusts across the lowlands. Shelton 54, Port of Tacoma 53, Tacoma Narrows 51, Newcastle 50, SeaTac Airport 49, West Seattle 48, Naval Air Station Whidbey 48, Boeing Field 46. Courtesy of Matthew Fab, everyone, Western Washington weather. There we go again. There's 43, but that's upwards of nearly 1,200 feet. So expected up there towards Cougar Mountain to get some stronger winds than down at the surface. So that's not really surprising. Look at PSC again. Just went up about 2,000 here at PSC. The wind's going to start back up overnight. Depends on where you are, really. Looks like parts of La Conner and Swinomish just got taken out by a power outage. Yeah, still quite a few widespread power outages, but most of these are single customers. So not always relating to the wind. It's the large polygons that are the ones you really want to pay attention to. So most of the winds should have already begun to peak if they haven't already peaked around the area. Models were showing winds peaking by midnight around the area, so we may already be on the downtrend for some spots. Whidbey Island is probably the area that will pick back up overnight, as in early in the morning. But otherwise, down in this area, probably not going to see much more in terms of strong gusts. All right, folks, we're approaching midnight here shortly. I think that means we're probably going to think about wrapping it up by midnight. Depends on how many of you guys are hanging around in the next 10 minutes. Yeah, I think we're on the apex of the event down here in the South Sound. I think it might have been a really rough call to make to extend that wind advisory down towards Olympia. Because a lot of those areas are just not going to see the strong wind gusts. And until 3 a.m., also kind of a questionable decision. I probably would have let it expire at midnight, or at least extend it till 1 a.m. But I think 3 a.m. may be a little too late around here. But, you know, I'll be looking at wind charts and everything tomorrow too for max winds since midnight, after midnight tomorrow. So for tomorrow, if that makes sense. Yeah, not seeing anything particularly impactful at the moment. We're just below 40 in some spots, but not gusting over 40 currently. Even a little bit calm here at Tacoma Narrows too. So we could be on the downside down here in the south end. Breezy up here in the foothills too, so still going up here. Just not seeing these overly strong, concerning gusts right now. Really just waiting for Whidbey to pick up. That's really about it at this point. Keep it so that it shows 30s and over. So we will include the 30s in here. Yeah, folks, I think we're going to be winding down here very shortly. It's been a long day. Well, for those of you guys watching right now on Facebook and YouTube, if you still are, so again, last little roll call here for donations. If you guys are interested, this would be the best way to donate to Puget Sound Stormwatch. If you guys like the stream and want to keep future streams like this possible in the future. Thank you to all the supporters who have sent coffees. See, really nice notes as well. Thank you guys for that. Thanks for keeping us in the loop. Only reliable source of weather. Scott Buchanan says, thank you very much for the stream. Envy your knowledge. If I hadn't been so busy as an astronaut, I would have been a weatherman. And Luis on Facebook says, appreciate you. Yeah, if you guys are interested, you don't have to, but if you want to, do consider donating a coffee or two. You know, thank you guys for all of your support, all of the nice messages. You know, this list just goes on and on and on. So the link to this is in the YouTube stream description and on the front of my Facebook page. But if you guys would like a copy of the link, I'm more than welcome to paste it again. Also, Patreon as well. If you guys don't follow me on Facebook, this would be the best way to get my blogs here on Patreon. See, 2 hours ago, here's my most recent update. Keep up the good work, says Jay Field. Good night. Appreciate your stream. Hopefully your power comes back on very soon. Hopefully you don't wake up without power in the morning. Yeah, see, my most recent blog update is here on Patreon as well. This is also in the YouTube stream description if you want to go look at the links that I have provided. Yeah, I think barring anything freakish that happens overnight, I think we pretty much calmed down for the worst of it down here. May get a few pop-ups from time to time here in the Central Sound and the foothills, but it shouldn't be super impactful. I think we're over the hump on this. Let's do one last little checkup here on PSE and other utilities. And since the last update, we're up a few hundred. There's spots up here in Skagit County currently out of power. Some parts of Whitby starting to pop up. King County, Kitsap County, Thurston County, Pierce as well. Getting some scattered sporadic power outages. But Seattle City Light's got a pretty good hold on things. That wasn't anything too important. Scott Buchanan says, "Good night, Sonia. Watch the rats." Good advice there. Tacoma Power is unchanged. They still have that huge part of North Tacoma out of power. Hopefully they get that fixed by early tomorrow morning so we don't have any disruptions in that area. Fixed a good majority of Mason. So Mason County is no longer highlighted here. We just got a notification that said the Whidbey Island Naval Air Station hit 59.8 miles per hour at 11:09. I'm not seeing any confirmation of that. So I don't know where that's coming from. But it did just recently hit 47 here at New Dungeness, which is a new record on the day. But all the wind gusts here are about to reset anyway, so none of this is really going to matter after midnight. It'll matter for archival purposes, but it won't matter for max wind gusts since midnight after it turns midnight, because then the max gusts are going to reset. Just before it resets, let's look at some of the max gusts around the area. And let's turn this up to 40. So anything over 40 right now. So here's that 54 that we had at Sanderson Field earlier. 40 miles per hour, West Olympia. 51 at the Tacoma Narrows. We hit 52 here over the Tide Flats. 46 and 50 out here over Browns Point on the hill. 49 here at SeaTac, 49 in North Bend, Snoqualmie, 50 here at almost 1,200 feet, 46 Boeing Field, 48 at Alki. So these are just max gusts since midnight. And, oh boy, 99 miles per hour. Just a mile per hour shy of 100 miles per hour at just outside of Johnston Ridge. My golly. Decided it just wanted to start gusting again to 40 at SeaTac. So not done quite yet. Still a little breezy there in the Central Sound, but not anything of significance right now. All right, guys, my voice box needs some rest. So as soon as we hit midnight, we're wrapping this thing up. So YouTube and Facebook, it's been a pleasure. Barring any major setbacks like a burnt out voice box, I will see you guys all tomorrow. But it just hit midnight. So we're going to go ahead and sign off. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Shout out to all my donators. Shout out to all of the viewers, sharers, subscribers. And my moderator Sonia over on YouTube. Huge shout out to her. Really appreciative of her efforts. But yeah, we're definitely done with this thing tonight. At least for the live stream portion of it. really successful stream here on YouTube. So thank you guys for making it possible. Yeah, thank you, Sonia. Have a great night. So yeah, Anthony here at Puget Sound Stormwatch. We are signing off. So have a great night, everyone. Hopefully you all wake up with power tomorrow and no damage. Take care.